Okay. Good afternoon, dear chess friends. We welcome you at the beginning of second round of European Women Chess Championship. Sorry for technical difficulties with sound at the beginning. My name is Lukáš Vlasák, and I'm glad to be here with Grandmaster Sergei Movsesian. Thanks you for coming.
Thank you for the invitation.
So, Sergei, first round was really eventful. A lot of upsets.
Yeah, many surprising results and many interesting games with lots of turnovers, and basically we could see probably why these events are so interesting from the very beginning, because even when you would think that the rating difference is way too big, still it gives a huge opportunity for let's say lower rated players to show themselves and to score big points against top guys.
When we look at the starting list, we see a lot of players from Chennai Women's Olympiad. Do you think it could play a role, maybe tiredness like that?
Well, we will see. I think that we can see more of that towards the end. The difference was about a week between the end of Chennai Olympiad and hopefully players managed to adapt back to a European time zone and all the differences. So I do hope that top players will show that they are capable of playing very good two events in a row, because most of the players, top seeds, were playing good Olympiad. So I do believe that they will confirm their position in this event as well.
Yeah. The reason why I asked this question was because one of the biggest upset tomorrow was from two players from Netherlands, Eline Roebers and Macheld van Forest. So that's why I asked.
Yeah, but normally they are very young, so I think that tiredness should apply to them at the very last point. Probably just some kind of can be also nervousness. I'm not completely sure, but it may be their first European championships. I'm not completely sure about them, but definitely it's a new experience for them, and now they are in position of say. Favorites or favorites, especially the Roebers, after a fantastic Olympiad. So it may come as a surprise, but also it happens quite.
At the start of this round, we would really like to show you 3 games from yesterday, or just the fragments of these games that we think are quite instructive, and it could serve as a warm-up before today's rounds.
Definitely.
So we can start with Macheld van Forest, because for me that was the biggest upset of the first round.
Yeah, even from a mathematical point of view, you could see that her opponent was much lower rated. But if you would show the game without showing the names, you would not probably guess who played white or who played black here, because it's a very interesting. The sequence we are going to see is very interesting and very educative, I think, for lots of people.
Okay. So and the one reason why I choose this game is that immediately as I saw what happened in the game, I remembered that Botvinnik said his famous quote is chess is game of double attack. At first I heard this sentence, I wasn't sure, but now I'm quite sure, and I'm confident that Macheld will remember that as well for a long time. Because in this position, maybe it was quite surprising. She's after like 24 moves, she didn't get anywhere. Maybe weaken her king, but white is like comfortably better, or small advantage for white. And now she played the move knight d2, first double attack of this game, but the biggest mistake. The
Yeah,
last mistake of the game.
It's a counter double attack.
Yeah, counter double attack, queen d1, and after taking on f1, white plays queen takes g4, double attack with check, so black needs to play something, king h7, and now quite clever, queen f5 to get the king on g7, and we see the point here because after taking on c8, and Macho tried to take on e3. Also quite clever because white cannot take on e3 because after queen e3 it would be another double attack. So after simply knight c6 and g5, white take on e3, and now she was winning. She won quite comfortably. So big surprise, but also her opponent plays like much above her rating.
Yeah, that's the thing that when sometimes you have players with lower ratings, it may have happened that she didn't play many events yet. So as we mentioned before, the sequence we saw could easily appear in very strong grandmasters game as well. So there is. Of course, it's a major upset, but on the other hand, completely deserved. That White really calculated well and actually foresaw the events much better than her black, more famous opponent.
So the second game from yesterday's first round was your pick. And when I saw it, I was quite surprised because Berlin Wall has some kind of solid reputation.
But actually, I wasn't that much surprised because Demante is well. I know that her opening repertoire is very interesting and tricky. She plays many. Also, a contribution of her husband, my teammate from French league, and I always, when I see their games, I always pay more attention, even because they always have some interesting ideas in the opening. So this is gonna be another one where she tried her opponent the knowledge of one of the sidelines of Berlin.
A4.
A4, yes, this is not very common thing. Probably Black got confused by this move order. I think nothing really drastic happens here if she goes bishop e7, of course. But Black decided to be ambitious and probably
f6
didn't really work.
Yeah, but even after d4, it doesn't look right for Black.
Yeah, well, f6 is a bit, I would say, for not very typical. They would just normally automatically play something, but this f6 is a bit tricky, of course, for.
Yeah, now after a couple of moves, we see that white position is really good, and it started all crumble for Black. The famous Berlin Wall goes down in just 13 moves. Yeah, right. And like the reason why we're showing you this, because it's not really common to win a queen in just a couple of moves. Because after g6.
G6 is already finishing it off, unfortunately, for white.
And knight e6, queen a5, and now after knight a3, some combination of move c3 and knight c4.
Somewhat funny story about this game yesterday, because I was watching the live commentary, and actually some games the result was already there after a couple of moves, which was obviously, in most cases, it was a mistake, and even in this game, it after like 5 moves, it showed like 1-0 for white. But actually, when I saw the full text of the game, it seemed that the only game where the transmission was right in a way was this one, because the game really finished quite unfortunately for Black very quickly. So it was kind of course it was a bug in the transmission, but the game itself didn't last too long.
Okay, and for the last one, we prepared a treat for Czech fans because Czech player was young player Anel Hocka winning against more experienced grandmaster.
Result definitely, and also the way the game was played is very attractive, and I think that yesterday I paid some attention to this game, but let's say it was still in progress. Afterwards, we saw the text and
Yeah, but now we know that this was a critical moment. The Black didn't solve really well, and probably overlooked something. And after d4, Black plays b4, and after h5, b3, it looks like Black pawns are well placed, and the white bishops are on the last rank. But that's the thing with bishops, you don't need them in the center, right?
yeah, especially as a guy on c1 in this kind of Ruy Lopez setups, it's the best place. I remember this old proverb about bishop, black squared bishop, or that it's the best place. You have anything better than this. So okay, with white squared, b1 is not usually the best, but it's a very direct play here, and we will see that it's not gonna be a problem for white.
Yeah, but the real mistake came after taking on g6, take g6, and now d takes e5. Now it's after the game, it looks like d takes e5 is a mistake, but it's not easy to play knight d7 here, right?
Yeah, well, also it's an automatic take back, which after d5, I think that it's very difficult to understand that it may be a key moment of the game. So after d5, I mean, mostly you would take back without thinking much, and that's probably what happened here. And I mean, knight d7 really, I'm not sure what was the time management at the moment, but d5 is much more natural. But unfortunately for black here was the wrong choice, and yeah, knight d7 was to be preferred.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say, because here I think, if I remember correctly, black has like about a minute, 2 minutes at tops, so it's a really difficult situation for black. And after d takes e5, rook d1, knight d7 now, bishop b1, and we see that black position is really bad, because maybe black was counting on taking on f5, but after taking on f5, he takes e5. After let's say bishop f7, now white can play almost everything, like queen c6 or even f6 or bishop takes h6. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this looks quite bad.
And white is winning, and she won pretty convincingly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing when you are in time trouble. That basically d5 is like a matter of even reflexes maybe sometimes, and yeah, to stop at this moment and just consider knight d7. It requires, it's much easier for us, of course, to say this, because we are armed and with a computer as well, and then we are easily at a very comfortable situation at home. But of course, for Natalia, it was no big fun, and yeah, well, it's also one of the major upsets of the first round. But as Martin mentioned yesterday, Anna has a very good string of results now. She played well last year, so last several months. So we are not that shocked, let's say, that good result came. So let's see how she will do in the tournament overall.
Okay, so let's move on.
Yeah,
It's today's round.
Let's get to today,
because we get some move after 15 minutes. So probably we'll do the first round of the top boards, and if our viewers got some idea about the game they want to see, and just write it in chat, and we will look at that at the first possible moment. Okay, at the first board, Nana Tsakanidze also played in the Olympiad.
yes.
as you said.
Yeah, but Nana
Professional.
is a very experienced player. She is, I think that she's extremely successful usually in top events because she's also one of the best players in the world for many years. So she played the top board on for Georgia in Chennai, and here she's number one seed, and of course I would expect her to play well here. So let's see how she's doing today.
I know that's opening for you because
Kind of. Yes.
so we're glad to have here an expert with us. So tell us something about the G3 system.
Is let's say well, quite modern. Also, Nana doesn't only play Sicilians, of course, so she can come up with some other openings as well. So for White, probably it was an easy way to prepare to the Sicilian, deciding to go for G3 because basically it's something which is maybe not considered to be the most ambitious, but on the other hand, it's quite solid system, and well, it's a way to treat, of course, this setup for White. So it's G3.
But G3 here it doesn't have the same reputation as G3 against Taimanov, right? I mean,
no, not
instead
really.
of-
But it's a bit. Well, I think that White is generally aiming for very similar setups. So basically, it's like, well, I don't care what you do. I'm gonna play G3 anyway.
Okay.
So as I did this myself with White sometimes. But the truth is that against classical Paulsen setup with A6, A6, Queen C7, G3 is not considered to be too so a bit different because now Black in this setup which you show
Mhm.
with Taimanov then E4 quick bishop C5 lines with A6 for B5 quick B5 bishop B7 development, which yes, has also happened in the game.
Okay, so now what's the difference? Because when you play A6,
I think that's exactly the go for the B because you go then B5 into A6 B5. Now Black can leave the knight on B8 and let's say consider developing it later after D6 to D7 rather than C6. White is relying on developing pieces quickly and then probably some rook E1, sometimes knight D5 tricks. So let's see if it's gonna materialize here.
okay, B5,
Yeah,
G2, bishop B7.
yeah, castle probably.
So, yeah.
Actually, this position I definitely had with White and Black pieces because I used to play Paulsen, the classical Paulsen or Khan with Black. There are some slight technical problems with this B5 bishop B7 development because White sometimes can go for quick A4, B4 knight A2 and C3, which may cause some problems for Black. So now they have to be careful what they do. For instance, D6 is not very good here because White can go rook E1, let's say, with knight D5 ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I had a game recently with against in Czech League where Black ran very quickly in some trouble here with after some I think the game went knight could be knight F6 A4
Okay.
because B4 is running into knight D5 immediately
Yeah.
here, which is a huge advantage for White. It's a
Okay.
famous trick. I would expect Nana to not to fall into this, so probably that's why she's considering what she wants to do after castling. So let's
Yeah.
see.
But at least for now, G3 looks like good surprise.
Yeah, well, this setup is definitely to be recommended for white players if they don't want to overload themselves with direct theoretical lines. This is my favorite approach to openings. Yes.
But also after g3, you should know what to do after bishop e4.
Sure.
That's one of the main reason why g3 is not as popular against Caen as it is against.
Yes,
Taiwan.
bishop e4 forces white to react in a way, either knight d2 or bishop d2, and knight d2 is kind of not what you exactly want to do in this setup. So I faced bishop b4 myself a couple of times, so I think that I mainly would go for bishop d2, but bishop b4 is bishop b4 exactly is one of the reasons why g3 is not considered to be the most ambitious for white. But it's just opening. So
like now we should wait for black to choose, and let's move on to another game. Okay.
Yes, not much fun here yet. Maybe black is considered options. Okay, and this is more interesting moment. So classical.
Typical Nimzo. We double the pawn on c3 and c4. After c5, knight c6, castle.
It's a very classical line.
Yeah. It's like this Zurich line, right?
Yeah. Exactly this.
International Candidates Tournament in 1953. Played well. So d5, knight e7, h4, and now knight g6. And also, we are not only expert on Caen and Sicilian, but also in Nimzo.
Okay, but let's say this structures. I'm not. I couldn't say that I played so many games as in Caen, because truth is that the Nimzo, the move order third knight c3 is not the most common maybe nowadays. And this setup is already quite rare to see. Truth is that usually one or other side would deviate from this. I always had a feeling that black has a good play here. Maybe I'm way too influenced by Bobby Fischer's game against Pasky, which was always scaring me. That the white's nightmare is always to get the c4 pawn attacked so many times that you can never protect it. So here it seems to be a minor problem that black didn't concentrate on c4, so it just went for kingside play. But interestingly, it seems that black is very confident what she's doing. If I'm not mistaken, both players played the Olympiad. Bulgarian team actually performed quite well even without Antoaneta. So it's quite a young team with against Victoria. I played in Pardubice some years ago, so it's a very promising young generation of Bulgarian players. So I expect them also to do well in this tournament.
Yeah, for now it looks like a great prep from black, because she's spending like blitzing Orhal moves and white spending quite a time. And let's talk about plans here. Does white wants to play g3, f4? Does he want to exchange on f4?
No, not really. I think because basically then even if black at some point loses a pawn, then basically the knight is going to be dominating, because bishop takes f5 is going to be inevitable. So basically, if white gains a pawn on f4, then basically move the knight somewhere to e5, and then just the queen f6. Knight e7, queen f6. So it's going to be very comfortable for black. Most likely, what's going to happen is bishop c2. I would expect, instead of bishop takes f4.
Yeah.
And but you are right that white may probably be shocked a little by her opponent's quick play. So she maybe just is trying to come up from the shock, and then to decide about the plan. Because probably knight e3 is next move, and then g3.
Yeah, okay. but this is not the kind of position when your opponent is in a preparation that you are feeling like you are in real danger because here it's about understanding about the plans in the position, about experience. If this was a situation in some Sveshnikov or Dragon Sicilian, that would be much worse.
Yeah, yeah.
What, right?
Here, still there is even if something goes wrong, that you still have enough resources to not to be worse at least. So that's but it's quite committing. I would always. I mean, as from white side, I did consider committing, mostly avoid them. But okay, girls are brave and.
So
Hopefully.
they are surprised by their opponent's opening choices.
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah. That's it's
There's a bit different stories here.
yeah. It seems like white isn't. So it's the outsiders.
No,
So to
well,
speak, are better prepared.
yeah, but this is well. I know that black player she is very principled. So quite some games of her in neither Sicilian. So probably for white it was a bit easier to pick some line and to play directly. No, it seems that she would go for a very let's say direct lines and.
Okay, and we got in here ourselves Queenie 2 lines. It's popular after the Negi's books, right? Like 8-7 years ago. Indian Grandmaster Barry Marian Negi wrote excellent and in that times it was really hard to play Sicilian as black.
It's a pity that he stopped playing actually, just because I think he was one of the most promising. Maybe decided that he's too old. I think that he more or less stopped playing when he was 20. So he foresaw what's gonna come next, and I think that he. But anyway, it maybe helped him to write this excellent book because he was not hiding anything anymore when he decided not to play professionally. So that's probably one of the reasons why these books are so interesting. And actually, even now, I think that I know about some players who still would stick to Negi's ideas and. Would be very similar to Avroch's books a couple of years before Negi, yes.
Yeah, but it means that you're quite good when you lose player like that, like Negi, and you have like 10 others players like him, right?
The Indians are not doing bad at the moment in the department of young guys playing well. So.
Okay, so Queen C7. This was favorite setup of Boris Gelfand, if I'm not mistaken. Now after long castle b5, a3, bishop e7, now taking on f6, taking with knight, and g4.
But this is a very modern approach, I would say, because a3, I'm probably already, I can consider myself part of older generation already, and the move like a3 in open Sicilian with castling long would be considered to be like no go. I mean, basically it would go for some forced lines, but a3 really. And nowadays, of course, with it's not a bad move. Definitely computers influenced a lot. The understanding or approach to chess in general. I wouldn't blame computer for a3 in this position, but generally it was something which was not really common to see in let's say, well, 20 years ago at least. So today we see completely different things, completely well, let's say more like bishop g5 in knight off. So this is, and again we can see that white is well ahead on time. So again it seems that well, we can widen to first 4 players. They are at least in preparations they were ahead, and it's will be interesting to see how black will deal with this direct approach. So white is definitely up for an open fight here.
So for the next game,
this would be interesting to see. Some transmissions.
Yeah, maybe.
Because it doesn't seem that this position would require half an hour thinking from white. This is in a way it's quite funny because well, both players were at Chennai, played for same national team. Obviously, Miriam Akarchan is a young player. She became Armenian champion, which is automatic qualification to a national team. This line is also quite famous by the fact that many Armenian players played this line as well. Okay, I didn't mean a5, a6 in particular, but generally this love with we can roll. Yeah,
we can roll and and show the viewers how it happens. But I saw this line in Chennai played quite a lot. And I was surprised because I thought that this line is not so popular anymore.
It's not so attractive for black probably anymore because it goes to the very forced consequences of basically knight d7, knight c4, queen
c7, and now g3.
This is the main line considered to be main line. I also saw, I think Niels Grandelius playing this with black now.
Yeah.
In Chennai.
And now you should decide if you play f6 or g5.
Yes.
If I'm mistaken.
Yeah. G5 is one of the main lines as well. I think that Niels made it quite an easy, comfortable draw against Radek Wojtaszek in the Olympiad. If I'm not, but somehow it didn't really. White didn't really challenge the opening, but so f6 happened here. No, G5. G5, yes. So G5, yes, there is a like a problem, or as white can solve the overload in the center by small tactical means by playing either knight d3 immediately here, it's possible, or taking on e5 and then.
Yeah. Now sides. Yeah. So probably black needs to play like actively and get the initiative.
Well, the thing is that after this bishop e5 and queen d4, the most common outcome is somewhere some pawn down endgame for black with good drawing chances. But as far as I remember, this is not the most let's say attractive way to have your openings. But okay, sometimes it's a matter of choices many times because it's for Mariam, it's obviously a very difficult game because she's playing actual European champion and one of the strongest players in the world again, and also Armenian icon, we can say already, because Elena is of course one of the most successful Armenian players in history. So obviously the opening part was a difficult choice for black, so let's see what if we see what they're doing, so maybe
it doesn't seem right. And on the second board also we saw black thinking after third move, so
maybe something,
some
but we will
transmission issues.
Yeah, probably we will see later on that the time will come to some adjustment later on.
Okay.
Okay, another derby match.
Yeah.
Two Polish players, very interesting. Who are following chess in general because she won in incredible fashion Polish championship. For frankly, if I've heard about her, no offense, but I didn't know much about her. But this performance was very impressive. So let's see how she will do against Polish legend Monika Soczko.
So now we got Sicily on the knight c3. So the point of this move that you are avoiding Sveshnikov and
or at least
Kalashnikov,
or
right?
at least delaying it. Yeah,
Delaying.
you avoid Kalashnikov for sure.
Definitely Kalashnikov.
Yeah, maybe after knight f6 you can still go for d4,
d4,
but usually
they're just playing bishop b5, right?
People don't do d4 if they want to do d4. They usually do it straight.
But of course you have to know something about e5,
Sure.
which is preferred move by Magnus, and then maybe
Yeah,
even
some other-
g6.
yes,
He
G6
played
is a-
g6 or bishop e7, and he was quite successful with this.
Yeah, a5 is a very common alternative for black here.
So there is a price for a move like
Yes.
knight c3. So you are not playing principal d4, and black can play e5. So
G6.
or g6, because like only problem in Accelerated Dragon is Marazzi right now. So
one of the main problems is
Yeah.
that like this you cannot really get Marazzi anymore with white. So basically that's the reason that g6 here makes more sense.
yeah, because basically he thinks that if you don't have Marazzi, then
Okay, yes. Way to go to Rosolimo because I mean it's not nothing tragic happened, but if you want to go if you want to play Rosolimo with bishop e5 because knight c3 it's not a bad move in that setup, but on the other hand you may not use it.
have your knight on e1.
Sure.
And transfer knight c4 to h4, maybe d2.
Nice, but maybe some kind of psychological game was going on here. Maybe she was trying to avoid something, so maybe she was ready to play Rosolimo even in this move order. So let's say,
with computer and databases, it would be like really easy to identify the variation which black should choose after move knight c3. But in the game, it's not so easy if you're not really familiar with all the systems. And
it also depends how how well they know each other. I expect again both players were in Chennai, so I assume that they sometimes had to share some ideas about the preparation for some games. So sometimes it's very tricky to play your teammate, and so sometimes you just want to come up with something which you didn't discuss, not to use the knowledge or the other way around. but sometimes these things can enter also your decision or change your decision in preparation.
Yeah, now like I see, unfortunately I see the computer.
Yeah, BC6 is also is slightly better,
BC6.
but the thing is that if black never does, most likely is not gonna do this here as well. So maybe white relied on the fact that Monica, or she knew that Monica most likely will go for DC6 anyway.
Okay, but we can show the difference, because after bishop b5 straight away, g6, taking on c6, b takes c6,
Of course, is
castling.
bishop
Now bishop g7,
C3
and
is
white played rook e1 or c3. I'm not sure. Okay, let's start with rook e1.
I think C3 is the main, but
And now black is playing d4. right? And black is really solid after d6, f6, knight f7, castling. He's got pair of bishops, white space advantage in the center. And
but it's a completely different play and completely different setup. So frankly speaking, when you see that your opponent doesn't do bc6 in any of the variations, so it's fair to assume that she is not gonna do this even when it's probably a good idea. So you can little bit gamble on psychology here and expect dc6 anyway.
Okay, so after dc6, it's pretty usual stuff, and now black plays after 15 minutes c4. That's quite surprising.
Okay, I've seen stuff here, but not c4. Maybe not in this.
It's the thing with c4. It's really useful, a good move, or it's quite opposite.
Well, the truth is that if we go to the very basics, that well, generally, of course, black has two bishops, so generally she would like to improve her structure. So c4 like kind of forces white to do some d3 or b3 in order to finish the development. On the other hand, or knight f6 or queen. Big commitment, I would say. For I would be quite happy being white here because I would think that c4 is wrong.
Yeah, but you're saying that black wants to open the position for the bishops, but with so behind developments, it's probably favor white, right? After queen e2, rook d1, d4.
b3 comes to mind immediately, but I'm not sure if it's any good. Maybe queen e2 first and then b3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, she played quite reasonably.
Okay.
a4.
Yeah.
Just do not allow b5, e5, and now after queen e2, bishop e6, rook d1.
Yeah, she wants to go d3.
d3, yeah.
No, it's
also your pair of bishop with bishop on g7, with pawn on e5. It doesn't look that well for black.
Also, black has to lose a little more of time because now knight e7 is not very good because of knight g5. So again, she will have to do something like h6 or whatever after rook d1.
Okay.
And it's another.
And now
d3.
So I stick with d3.
Yeah.
You just have to take, right?
Frankly, I'm not completely sure about a4. I mean, not completely. It's not completely obvious to me why a4 is so necessary, but because b5 is not really a threat. Maybe I would go for queen e2, rook d1 straight away. But okay, maybe black has reasons.
Yeah, but after maybe we use a4 after something like rook d3, queen c7.
Bit of asking for trouble.
It's premature.
Yeah, it seems to be not really a good idea here, but okay, I never know. It's still quite at the beginning of the game, and of course everything can still happen. And especially Monica, she is an incredible fighter. I have never seen anybody with such a fighting spirit, at least in women's competitions. Able to have seen so many games which were completely overturned by fighting spirit. So let's see how it's gonna happen.
So maybe now we can see what's happening on board 2. If it's the issue of transmission to chess 24, if players really thinking.
Okay, moved a bit.
Sorry.
Yes. Also not very far, but still move 6.
Yeah, but here after the transmission is all right, but 24 minutes.
Yeah, it seems strange.
Seems a lot, right?
Yeah, because I would think that Because Antoinetta's main move is e5, as far as I remember, after e4, and well, either she really wanted to avoid main lines after classical knight f6 and d4. It would be strange to assume that she didn't expect this at all. But d6 suggests that she even by giving up some advantage to white, but having some more fighting position. So let's say what happened. D4, bishop g4. Okay, it's a funny transposition to some e4 knight c6 lines, which Magnus sometimes does. Yeah, well, e d4, queen takes d4. Maybe she will go for bishop takes f3.
Okay, so we see the transmission is okay. Maybe we can check Elena. If everything's okay, it's board 5, but I'm not sure if we get camera for board 5.
Yeah, I think board 5 should be still on the
Yeah.
cameras, yes.
Maybe if we could see board 5. White is still thinking, but 48 minutes. Okay, there is 15 minutes delay.
Yeah,
so
but still,
probably
it's already
it would be
quite a while.
over half an hour.
Yeah, yeah, it would be.
Hmm?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see because this is also one of the favorite lines of an Armenian team captain, women's team, Zaven Andresian. He did play this line in Slav for many times, but I think that mostly they would go with knight e3 against him immediately without taking. Everything is fine there.
Let's move and
something familiar.
okay. So French.
Advanced French.
Yes, you
Since
play.
since
You
this
play
couple
that
of
quite a
times,
lot,
yes.
right?
Yes. Okay, but well, mostly I played Advanced French again with white, so it's the structures are.
Okay, so bishop d7, bishop e2, knight g7, castling, knight f5. So I leave that up to you.
Yeah, well, actually. Immediately here, and after cd4 or knight f5, it doesn't really change much, but
Okay.
yeah, so it's
Same.
it usually comes to the same thing, knight c2, and then now white would go for well, my favorite line was always to do something with h4, which appears to be nowadays one of the computer's main lines in most of the openings. Okay, after bishop e7 is complicated, so you just do castle and then bishop d3. It leads to some complicated fight, of course, because after castle, I always had the feeling that it's difficult to play. It becomes more complicated to play knight a3 for white, because after knight f5,
Okay.
f5.
Yeah. Knight
a3. Here white has to consider very strongly cd4. I mean, black could do cd4, and bishop takes a3. It's one of the options. Of course, I can say that it's a great option for black. You have to really be well prepared if you really want to play this, because it's positionally. White gives a structure on the king side, gains. To fight off threats and can be just better positionally, but choice technical game as well a little. That knight a3, she didn't mind bishop takes a3, so
Okay.
queen b6 is more common, of course. Yes.
Yeah, queen c2. Now we transferred
Yes,
some.
knight a5. Black wants to go bishop b5.
Knight e3.
Knight e3.
with G4.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, well, it was here obviously instead of knight e3. I mean, my pick would be definitely h4 here.
Okay.
Not that I believe that it's the best move in the position, but it's what generally white or I really like to do in these lines, because the thing is that h5 or h6 is not what black really wants to do.
Okay, let's just show
just
h5.
g3 for instance. I just
Okay.
do this, and I don't mind
Bishop e7.
maybe bishop e, but I will always later on come up with some direct attack with knight g5 and first, so it's maybe king g2 simply, even if black changes white square bishops.
Okay.
My experience does say so.
Okay. So you don't wanna play h5, and if you just continue with bishop e7, h5.
That black's play with f6 becomes very complicated. I mean, it's imagine if black wants to, then white comes with g4, and knight h6 it takes f6.
Yeah.
And yeah, this
And
is the
you lose
problem.
it.
Yeah. So
Okay.
basically this works also even when black has castled.
So h4, h5 is some sort of prophylaxis against the pawn break. F6.
Yeah, well, but on the other hand, yeah, h4 is actually it's very straightforward. It just tries to gain space on king side in a way, and also it's positionally sound. I think mostly in these lines, because you just restrict your opponent's main ideas like f6, and well, it's no mystery. I think it's just a good move generally in these lines. So yeah, that's why knight e3 would. I would rather try to use this knight on f5 in my favor than change it. But okay, white wanted to simplify the position probably, and just play knight e3.
Knight e3, bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop.
But now
e5
after
was
bishop
like
e7, castling, it's looks.
yeah, black is completely okay
equal.
here. Maybe bishop b5. Maybe she's now considering if
Bishop
we'll go
b5.
for bishop b5 for more simplifications, and I think it's here also there's nothing really wrong with these moves.
Yeah.
And just bishop e7 and castle should be equal.
Yeah, comfortable French.
Yeah, should be okay for black.
For black. So one more game.
Okay,
Zavetska.
I'm not really sure what was the opening. No, yes.
One of the members of
Yeah.
Bulgarian team from Chennai.
Jolanta was this time not picked for Polish national team. It was a big surprise actually for many, because she for many years used to be one of the Polish women's national team. But this year, the captain decided to go for a much younger, let's say, a newer lineup, and you can say that he was not at least picking two players. Both of them they played extremely well. Olivia Karpasa just scored almost 100% of points there. At some point, she was the only player with 100%, and Maria Malutka also she played extremely well. So he was not that wrong. The truth is that it was again it was a big surprise that Joanna was not selected, but it's always responsibility of team captain, and to play well, and she would definitely want to prove that she's still one of the best players in Poland. So let's see what.
Yeah, but we talked about players could be tired after such an event like Chess Olympiad, but also like the number of hours before Olympiad and also during the Olympiad could give you an edge when you are preparing for the games, right? Because you are just full of your openings, repertoire improvements, a couple of new ideas.
True. Well, you know, there is some. I remember that some players would claim even that they only do reasonable work on chess during the tournaments while preparing to the games. So it may work like this. I don't know how exactly in these cases, but true. It was an interesting event. Lots of new well, let's say maybe even some kind of experiences which to be on a big stage because they played very difficult matches. So working with coaches before and during the event. So I think that it's also a great motivation and to play well and after the event.
Yeah.
who played
Sure.
better if players from the Olympiad or who didn't play there.
So now G6,
Okay, that's small
C3,
sideline. Yes.
A6, and
Okay.
now taking on
Oh,
C6.
Okay, this is interesting. This is not very common actually. Well, I'm trying to understand if black is avoiding this.
Yeah, but quite like that because if you compare it to some exchange ruler pass, the classical,
Yeah, black has
Here.
done G6.
black has done G6 and like now you're playing for some time and after just exchanging on d4 you're exchanging queens and now like white is playing for this endgame with 4 pawns on king side, but now with g6 c3 sorry after exchanging on c6 d4 now I take with the c pawn and okay I get it, black has pair of bishops but with this strong center would be okay.
I'm not sure about a6 for black in this setup, this move order. So it can be
Maybe knight g7,
yeah. Well,
bishop
that's,
g7.
yes, knight g7 is transposition probably to cause your line and but maybe well we'll see because still I don't think it should be so bad for black
Okay.
here. But let's see what's.
So bishop g7, h3,
Yes.
just not to allow bishop g4, h6, knight c3, knight e7, knight e2.
92.
Some,
Why
Okay.
92?
seems a bit
Okay.
artificial, right?
Yes,
Something like to be clever, but you're not really clever.
I'm not sure why 92. Generally, it's
I just move bishop or castle. I'm not sure.
Bishop
Okay.
h3 looks.
Castle, castle,
Bishop e3.
bishop e3.
Just
Okay.
developing pieces cannot be bad. I'm
Like
not sure
yes.
about the aim of knight e2. I mean, if you go to g3, really. I mean, if you don't, I'm not sure you will like to put your knight to
Yep.
g3.
Probably black wants to play something like f5 or maybe g5 and knight g6 because your knight on e7 like doing nothing
Maybe yeah,
right
but-
now, and you cannot really play c5. And what to do with this knight? So maybe g5 and
Knight
knight
g6, yeah.
knight g6. Then white thought for a moment, okay, if I play knight e2, knight g3, then I can go to f5 or h5 probably.
Some kind of 2D prophylaxis for. I mean, I would consider this
Yeah.
like. Okay, maybe. Well, it's definitely had some idea because knight e2. I agree, it's a bit artificial, but.
Yeah, but now c5 seems
okay,
strong for black.
C5. Okay, this happened. D5 takes.
D1.
Okay, but
And now
sacrifice the
f5.
pawn. F5. Wow.
Yeah, really
This
opening
is-
up the position. But I really like that.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is a direct approach.
Yeah,
I
but,
would.
but white delayed castling and development of her pieces by playing knight e2.
Yeah, well,
So
this
you are
is
trying to punish it by opening
yeah,
opening a
it's
position
very-
for the
very
bishops.
Direct, yeah, very direct.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the white would regret about knight e2 later on. But yeah, it seems like black actually did everything correctly. At
Yeah,
this
because-
moment, I would be sure because e5, bishop f5.
Yeah,
and
yeah, now
castle.
long castle and
Yeah, well, this looks quite
Black
bad
is-
for white.
yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah. It's really good. And after e5, like
E5
you
would
could be in trouble with your
bishop
e pawn
e6, just-
because after knight c6, I don't really
I'm
see a
ready
way
to
to
give it
cover
up
the
already.
pawn.
I'm already
Okay, but
panicking.
then black is yeah, like,
I'm
then black
already-
is really comfortable.
Yeah, my line would be like knight c6, bishop d2, and just
Okay.
trying to exchange
And now we
stuff
see
fast.
e5. Yeah.
If I should do this, okay.
Maybe after bishop e6, there is also after knight d4 you play bishop d5, right?
Yeah, that's what I wanted. Maybe knight f4 comes after bishop e6. Finally, some.
Okay,
use
maybe
for the
bishop d7, long castle, bishop c6, or even knight c6, rook e8.
Yeah,
But my guess would be that black like win the e5 pawns, and
Yeah, no problem.
she would be a bit better with bishops.
Compensation is definitely there. Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems like very good for black.
Sure. So that was board number 8.
Yeah.
So let's move. Classical counter. Yeah. So queen's gambit declined. Here I'm taking on d5. Like in a famous carrot game, right? So, but also Garry Kasparov played that many times. Castling g6.
G6.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
But
Bit unprovoked. Yeah, but maybe black is just well, but because I saw the position which is now in the game. Now I understand why she did g6.
Yeah. Okay.
because she was delaying knight d7 in order to play a5 knight a6. So
yeah, but you really need your knight on g7 to
Yeah.
play bishop f5. So now
yeah,
it's a free move, like knight d7, knight f8, e6, g7, and then play bishop f5. Okay, it's
Yeah,
definitely possible. to
Yeah,
play
a5 knight a6 is a plan. Of course, it's not it's a relatively modern way to treat this position. I would be worried that I will not be in time with black because f3 e4 can come pretty quickly with especially with g6.
But also, if you want to play this plan, then why just don't start with knight bd7 and then g6, because g6 is
Yeah, maybe g6 doesn't.
you can never take that back.
Okay, yeah,
You can move your knight if you play knight d7.
Okay, I'm not sure that a5 would be much.
But okay, now I see like next two moves of Narva. I now quite understand, because white is now after, let's say, queen c2. But
G6.
okay, let's okay, after queen c2 play g6. But
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah, okay, I understand.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that after queen c2 you play g6 to cover threat of bishop take f6, because I saw she didn't play knight bd7, she played knight a6.
Yeah, that was the point. Probably she was preparing to play a5 knight a6 anyway.
Yeah, bishop h4.
Yeah, but
Knight
now
a6.
white doesn't have to play queen c2. Yeah, maybe
now
she
b5.
saves some time. Wow, this is risky. This I would be afraid here with black.
No.
No, on the other hand, okay, with black sometimes with let's say a little lower rated player, you could go for some risk in order to have unbalanced position. So maybe that's what's happening here. But was with b5. It's not very great.
Like without okay, I can do without queen c2, because
Sure.
I can play queen to set up here quite a lot of times, and then rook a1, preparing e4, and queen on d2 like could be even better on c2, because it's covering e3 pawn.
Yeah, we can consider g6 as a small inaccuracy because basically white wasn't forced to play queen c2 at all, and then of course it saved tempo for a3. This b5 is not really a big threat, so maybe it's trying to improve the structure with b4 and so on. But actually, let's say trying to avoid e4, but I'm not sure that it's worse. Looks very reasonable here, so black can be in trouble quite quickly. And so
Okay.
yeah, so
Okay, let's move. Let's do one more. We cover top
let's
10
complete
boards,
it
and then we can
see.
go
We'll
back
see.
and see how things went.
This is more quiet.
Also
Yes.
Carlsbad, as we see, but this time from Nimzo, and after e3, castling bishop d3, d5, cd5, e5, a3. Like right now, it's the most typical line in Nimzo. I was watching the commentary during Olympiad by Peter Leko and Peter Swidler, and they were talking about this line quite a lot. And one thing they after 8-3, I think that black is better, even better in some lines, but white keeps winning these games.
Yeah, well, sometimes
It's probably difficult for black to play like computer here.
It was
I mean,
similar
it's generally,
story.
in general,
It's
it's
a
difficult.
similar story with Berlin Endgame because at the start when Berlin Endgame became popular, computers were extremely happy about it and they basically would consider blacks.
Yeah.
Was slightly different, but just maybe a similar case.
Yeah,
So
but
bishop d6.
and you also understand why computer says that, because in classical Carlsbad, as we saw in last game, why he's got his bishop on g5.
Yep.
Now it's on c1.
Yeah, but
Like
they're not
there's really
interested.
good prospect on king side for the attack, without the bishop on g5, possibly sometimes on g3 even.
Mhm.
Okay, but white keeps winning.
Yeah, but well, modern theory sometimes doesn't really well, by a definition. Let's say older people definition may not make sense because exactly what you said, that it doesn't really. It's not very logical that white should be doing well here because the bishop is on c1, but simply also maybe this is a part of a problem for black because they are forced to play some positions which are not very common.
Mm-hmm.
And white is very happy even without without having his bishop on g5. So they have a clear-cut plan what they do, and it's not very easy for black to react to this. Of course, I would expect that after some time, after some number of games on top level, also this will come to a regular outcome of nowadays theories, that black will find a setup which effectively allows them to equalize, but it's gonna take time.
Yeah.
So that's let's enjoy
Okay.
this
Queen
period
C-
of time when it's not done yet.
Okay, queen c2 and knight a6 also.
Oh, nice.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
but here is bit of surprise with a3 played already, right? But black probably wants to play c6, knight c7, transferring the knight on king side, and
Yeah, well,
it's-
keeping maybe c5 option in mind
Yeah.
here, but don't.
But Kasparov also played like the famous game against Portish with knight
Knight
a6,
a6,
right?
yes,
but there was a possibility of playing
yeah, knight
knight
b4.
b4.
Yeah, but this is interesting. Definitely.
But then he transferred his
Yeah,
knight to
anyway,
c7 anyway,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Well, maybe
Uh,
c5 is kind of a side option when you. That's why she wouldn't do c6.
And if I remember correctly, that's the knight decided the game, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
then he moved on b5. Like that was the move. Portish played some bishop takes d6 mistake, and then Kasparov
b5,
reacted
yes.
knight b5, knight d6, and in these structures you really want your knight on d6. It's called Capablanca knights, and yeah, it's really good there. So it shouldn't be bad to play knight a6 if Kasparov did that.
Generally.
Yeah, okay, c6, knight f3, knight c7, castling, rook e8, h3.
Okay, nothing really going on yet. Yes, because now white simply wants to put bishop to bishop or. But yeah, well, this doesn't strike me as a very ambitious setup for white. This I think black should be doing fine, of course, but okay, we are up to an open game after 10 moves.
Mhm.
So maybe this is one of the reasons why it's very difficult to outplay your opponents in some things they are familiar with, and this is maybe one of the way to avoid big theory by playing some kind of sideline, which is, let's say, well, not very challenging, but on the other hand, it's not yet so popular that everybody knows how to react.
Okay, but sometimes there's this thing, probably not for you, but for people like me, that you saw some line really fresh, new. You saw everybody's playing that. See it has good score.
No.
Then you say to yourself that okay, I'm gonna play that also.
No,
you see a couple of games, play, but after like 10, 12 moves, you don't know what to do, and you think that you're worse.
But sometimes I would go for some idea, especially in last years. I would happily go for some new ideas and say, okay, well, this looks good. Yes, let's try it. Of course, you have to check it, because otherwise you can end up in a worse position and be in trouble. But definitely I think that it works on all levels. That people really follow nowadays theory, and that's one of the ways how you improve your play, because basically try to understand why they started to play like this and not like that, and that's the way how you develop your skills and your opening knowledge.
Okay, so we finished the first top 10 boards. Now maybe we can look at some Czech players.
Let's
for our Czech fans. Should find Anna Lehocká, because after the first round we're really looking forward. She has from us. Yeah, okay. So also Sicilian here with e6, but now White, after some thought, 17 minutes, played d3.
Interesting.
So King's Indian attack, Fischer's favorite. But we also saw this game on Prague Chess Festival between David Navarra and Van Nguyen. Or David played also this way, so it's not like White is not playing ambitiously.
Well, it's quite tricky. I wouldn't say that it's lacking ambition, because some time ago I played in French league against a player who almost exclusively plays King's Indian deck. It was best at the moment. I think he's still best African player, Bassem Amen from Egypt, and he's a big expert on this lines. And actually, interesting small details you can learn by just checking his games. So this is, if you want to learn about this setup, I recommend highly Amin's games and all kinds of setups.
Yeah, but if you want to know how to play the black, then you need to check your game.
No, but it was a one game, and actually it was okay. It was interesting. I picked something, but there are many games by strong players who would go for this, because it's not so easy for black to equalize here, and white. It's easier for white to play in a way, because they always do more or less the same. And okay, even if black does the best, still, well, equalizing is maximum what would they reach usually. Rook b8. This is a strange move.
Okay.
Yeah, because rook b8 somehow doesn't belong
do
there.
b5 right away, right?
Yeah. Well, b5 can be tricky actually. After b5, there is this funny line, ed5.
Yeah.
I played this with. After ed5, I think white wants to go d4.
Okay.
There is there was one move order, either d4 directly or a4 d4. So it's quite tricky for black. Maybe e4 first. A4, yeah.
b4, b4, and d4.
Yes.
And if I go c4.
Yes, there is some problem with knight e5 or something.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not lacking some small tricks even after b5.
So you play something like Queen C7, right?
So we may not definitely. Obviously, you know, you can go Queen C7 and for E5, which is White's main idea here. You can without. So White goes E5.
Okay, so let's see E5.
Knight F1.
Knight
This is
F1.
what they always do. They come up with H4, Knight H2.
D4. It's an interesting
D4.
choice.
Yeah,
Because
well,
I think that like why White plays H4 and wants to do something like Knight H2, Knight G4, right? Knight G5, and then
just doesn't make
okay,
it.
maybe not Knight G4 right away before I can play Queen H5. But what I disliked about D4 is that you stop covering E4
Yeah.
square. So White can bring the bishop to attack with either playing bishop E4 or even a rook by playing rook E4, rook G4. And now I would be really afraid for black because with E4 at my disposal, I think that attack would be really strong here.
Well, for sure we can assume that Anna is out of her opening preparation at the moment because usually I mean her two independent moves, rook b8 and d4, don't suggest that she was ready for this this line today particularly. Happy here. What White wants to achieve is basically just go, don't pay any attention what Black does. Just go knight h2, knight g4, maybe h5, bishop f4, queen d2, bishop takes h6 or bishop h6, whatever there, and just mate. This is common picture as it's. And this is a main idea of White's opening actually, is to mate. Like one thing which is worth mentioning here, actually before knight d7, I just forgot to say this, is that another setup for black is knight e8. Because knight can go to c7 and b5.
Okay.
This is quite interesting sometimes.
Or play knight f1?
Yes, well, this rook b8 is a bit extra there, but let's say the idea of black is b5.
Okay.
You do your h4, b4, knight h2, and then knight b5 trying by
bishop f4, probably.
knight b5. Black can go to d4. This is one of the main or one of the ideas which are quite interesting to mention. So, well, again, rook b8 is a move which I'm not very happy with, or at least I wouldn't recommend it. But still, even like this, maybe black can try to do this. But knight d7 is more common. I mean, if you are not familiar with the position, you would hardly go knight d8.
Okay, so tough work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried with you know, as black. Frankly, I would myself be worried with this position with black. So kind of maybe she is not, but she will.
So in chat, we are asked to look at board 11, so we can do that.
We're close.
And
yes.
yeah, really close. And for all the viewers, if you want for us to look at some games, just write in the chat and we can do that, of course. So here, Benoni or delayed Benoni, right?
Yeah,
It's
yes,
is it called?
yes.
Yeah,
I
delayed
think
Benoni.
okay, but
Yeah.
some official names have been changed lately, but I think that we can safely say that it's a kind of Benoni structure.
Okay, h3, just to avoid bishop g4 after knight. Bishop, right?
To get rid of it and to put more pressure to the center. So.
Okay, and knight f3, d3, 5.
Ah, it takes d5.
So
This
after
is
c
for
takes d5, it would transpose to kind of main lines of Benoni.
B5.
Yeah, b5, and now you have a choice of taking with
B5
bishop or knight, and there's a lot of stuff to know. So after e and h4 white. Or f4 and start marching.
Yeah,
on the side.
if black doesn't do anything here directly, then it can become pretty annoying for black.
Yeah, but it's really hard to play b5 here.
No, they have different ways of treating this position with black. So rook e8 is correct.
Okay.
Yes, bishop e3. Yeah, well, it's interesting to see if e3 and then trying to occupy e5 square. People playing King's Indians or Benoni-wise structures, they really don't think that actually the rook is
better.
The white rook is better than the bishop. So great here. Okay. So okay, but black didn't go for this here. I see.
Okay, but we agree on that black, or the theory, that's like for this moment, the state of theory is that black needs to do something about his position, or it's really bad. And the one thing I wanted to mention is that bishop d3 is really good move, because if, like, just imagine after bishop e2 you take on d5 and you're taking with e pawn, then black could play something like bishop f5 and then exchange a couple of pieces after knight e4, right? So bishop d3, really good move.
Well, in a way it provokes, on the other hand, black to do something like rook e8, rook takes e3. So
yeah,
maybe,
okay.
maybe it's not so obvious, but because frankly speaking, I analyzed these positions a little bit and was not completely sure about the outcome. I'm not sure. Maybe black should start with queen e7. I'm not sure, but
Okay.
I analyzed even rook e8, king f1. So gives a hint that bishop e3 was a bit considered to be not very clear, at least.
But question for you, like you yourself play King's Indian, so let's compare this position after rook takes e3, or let's say bishop h6 castling, right?
I would. True King's Indian player with black, and but I used to be a King's Indian player for big part of my life, and this is not what I would do.
So for you, it would be like version 1.
Give the exchange, but first of all, I would try to play Nim. So. But yes, true is that this requires some kind of also need to be very familiar with the position, and also to believe that the compensation is enough to give an exchange. So
okay, so black tries to play a6 b5. Okay, but after a4 you're not really going anywhere. Knight bd7. Castle.
This should be a slow torture. Yeah,
knight h5, queen d2, knight e5, trying to exchange some pieces, but after bishop e2, now if you take on f3, you don't really want to do that. But let's say knight takes f3, bishop takes f3, knight f6, and okay, and I start just pushing my pawns.
I would actually even think that after knight e5, what happened in the game, maybe knight takes e5 can be
knight takes e5.
Yes.
You take with the rook, probably?
Yeah, well, I would be worried about, okay, maybe not here, g4, queen h4 is probably not working well for white. Really just rook e1, and then at some point white would go for g4 and just push all the pieces back. Yeah, well, not big fun for black.
Yeah, but it seems like black is in trouble, not because of the positional factors, but because of
play some kind of King's Indian structure, it's not because you want to suffer for another 3 hours in position like this. So and also psychologically, it usually is not very pleasant for black to play. So yeah, well, let's see how they will follow up.
Yeah, but things are looking.
Yeah, it's
great
very
for
nice.
white.
It's very very pleasant for white, and yeah, this is not what they wanted to.
Okay, so maybe before we go like another round of top 10 boards, we should give ourselves a little break. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back at our coverage of second round of European Women Chess Championship. In the first part of our coverage, we saw some interesting openings, some classical ones. So let's see how things develop at the top boards and how things change. So at the first board, we left the game here. We talked about a4 motifs, rook e1, knight e5 motifs also, and to our surprise, Nana Zaganidze played move b4, which we thought, and also engine confirms it, it's not a good move because it allows the motif knight e5. So let's see how it works. After knight e5, and now, okay, let's say I need to put some piece on e7, but d6 looks really dangerous, so I play bishop d6.
This one's a knight f5. Very pleasant. I'm not sure which way you want to start. Yeah. Rook e1.
Rook e1.
Looks good.
Knight
Yeah.
e7.
And now knight f5. Yes.
Knight f5, and
Yeah.
white is basically winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight g7 is a threat. You
Bishop
can castle
or everything.
Yeah, bishop f4 or knight takes d6 and bishop f4, then d6. So, but if black cannot take on d5, then if you move your queen on, I don't know, a5 or d8, then white simply
maybe can insist by playing bishop f4 even.
Yeah.
Because even rook e1 or something is just.
Yeah, white is completely winning.
Probably very bad.
Okay.
Yeah, b4 is like really asking for punishment.
Because you talked about it that white could play a4, b4, and then knight e5,
Yes.
and now
No, it's like really asking for to like please go knight d5. It's just but surprisingly, what happened in the game
was knight a4.
was knight a4, which is
Probably too much respect for her opponent.
Yeah, but there's I always liked when I was a kid. I really loved one of the mottos of one very famous Yugoslav player, Svetozar Gligoric, and actually even I think it's a title of his book. It's just playing against pieces. So you don't really have to care about where you who your opponent is, but if you see the position and opportunity to jump knight d5, even if you have 10 Magnuses across the board, to just do knight d5. You will have to keep on the game. There should be respect knights, but basically when you just moves it. I understand that it's not so easy if you are not very familiar with all the motives, but cannot really come up with anything. You can. It may occur to you that knight d5 is not so good because of something direct, but frankly, I don't see what could be the force stopping white from playing knight d5.
Yeah, so big chance.
Not yet.
Big chance for white, and she played knight a4. Skip
Okay.
that chance, and we see if
Yeah,
it's
knight
gonna cost her.
a4, knight a. Well, it's not like knight a4. On after knight d5, I think that black is just busted.
And after knight f6, also we see that if
Yeah,
white
e5
sometimes wants to play e5, right? But now black has the square d5 with knight on a4. So after exchanging on g2, you can just play knight d5, and and now knight on d5 is better than on a4. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh,
So
okay, rook e1, yeah.
Rook
e1
e1 should be
first
fine.
move.
h5.
h5. Okay, because she needs to prepare some knight g4 ideas, but this is
Okay.
also not very good. This should be also quite good for white.
And now h4.
h4. Well, this I don't like. I definitely don't like h4. I mean, if I would be black, which sometimes, of course, I have these lines with black, there is actually an idea with h5 against g3 setup, and if white has to do h4, then then I'm extremely happy usually. So I would with white, I don't see any serious reasons to play h4.
Yeah.
I would go for c3 or something.
Yeah,
just
c3
seems
or
very
c4.
natural. C3 would
Because she plays c4 later, so let's
I
just
like
compare.
c3 actually.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
personally, I'm not sure. Maybe c4 is better by engine. In my head on, I want to open the files, so just bishop now 95 comes back into picture. That was my main idea.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe black is not forced to take, but still, definitely I would avoid. I wouldn't like to play h4.
But also when black plays like h4 and exchange on g3, you still have the bishop on g2.
Yeah,
Right? So play king f1 and everything should be
it's
okay.
very difficult for black to create any threats there, so h4 is a bit of unnecessary panic.
But again, it's like, for me, it's showing too much
Probably, yeah.
like
Respect is
respect for your opponent. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's I like when people respect stronger opponents, but on the other hand, it's sometimes it's just you play a game and you respect your opponent after the game.
Okay. Okay, so c4 now. After b takes c3, b takes c3.
Was c4? I mean, couldn't she go e5 here?
After knight c6.
But now knight g4 is available. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
You've got this square because of inclusion of h5, h4.
Yeah. Okay, c4.
Okay, but now after c4, taking on c3, and with knight takes c3,
again we are.
you still got some problem with g3 because of your
it's
move
hanging,
h4.
Yes, it's
And
gonna
now
be hanging.
after knight takes d4, let's just show it. And after bishop c5, you got this problem that is hanging. So that's the big difference. And
we got some very strange version.
why this in trouble, right?
Yes. We got very strange version of main line of this
Diamond.
g3. Yes.
Yeah,
Basically, it's a big,
Sure.
it's like bishop f4, d6, but this is.
So one needs to take with pawn, but
Yeah.
now with knight on a4 and things possibly happening on king side in the center. But you would really love that position with black, right?
Sure. No. Well, especially when she survived. I think that Nana was definitely aware that something was not completely right in the opening. So she is a very strong player. So you definitely knows that something was not completely correct. But now she survived the scare, and I think that now I expect her to take control of the game now.
Okay. So knight c5, bishop f4, d6, rook b1, knight ft7, and now c4, trying to get the knight back to c3, and now bishop e7.
Now what happened is that basically that black managed to finish the development, which was after b. If white would do knight.
Now with
I think it's
Okay.
not such a big deal. So the problem is that I think white's problem is basically option of kicking the knight from e5 becomes very complicated because after f4 knight will comfortably jump to g4, and most of the cases it's not going to be good for white. So of course there is a small problem now with h pawn for black, but I think she will do g6, and it's gonna be
okay, and we can see computer screaming about white playing c5, and I would show that because it's a really beautiful,
it's
really
interesting,
beautiful variation for white. But it's really tough for white to find over the board, right? Because the point of c5 is that after d takes c5, you play knight f5. You're really opening up the bishops and the rook, but like in the same game with
a little unlikely to say diplomatically, but you never know what, of course, can happen, because sometimes you have some twists in seeing the position. Then sometimes the same motive situation.
Okay.
So, yeah. Frankly, I also am not. I'm not on the side of. Is there?
Okay.
Wow.
It's a surprise. I just wanted to say that after knight f5 it doesn't end here, right?
No.
You have to see all the stuff after like rook b8, knight c7, because you are still piece down and there is no concrete way.
I think we can safely save ourselves by saying that knight d5 was much more easy to play.
Okay.
than finding c5. But okay, let's see what's going to happen here. So yeah, it's very interesting. It's basically a very similar motif, but in a much more complicated version.
Okay, let's see for
yeah, she finds knight f5 also.
couple of moves with work. So if you just take on f5, then it looks really scary, right? Rook b7, queen b7.
F5, yeah.
Now we have 5 and
this looks unpleasant. I think that black is gonna suffer some material losses here, but maybe I thought that after knight f5, maybe I'm not forced to take.
Okay.
I
No.
thought, but yeah, bishop.
But what to play? Like you cannot castle.
Yeah, bishop f8 is not what I will. I mean, I can do bishop f8.
Okay.
Looks strange, but at least
Let's
I.
see.
Yeah.
Now. Oh no.
Yeah, our computer is very happy with knight b6. Obviously, the idea is knight b6, bishop. Oh well, obviously bishop f8 is not an upgrade. So, that's
But we'll see.
c5. Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see. Yes, if. But it seems that white doesn't have any
other options.
any other. Yeah, I can hardly imagine that she will go for something like knight f3 now, or some soft move.
Maybe.
So, knight f3. I thought that bishop f6 is possible.
But we will see that in a moment, right? Because you play c5 and you have something in mind.
You usually don't.
You prepare
don't
something.
Just give a pawn and then consider why did I do this? Yeah, so.
It's a really interesting game at the top board today, and that's what we are hoping for every round. Now, after knight f3,
Yeah, I think something like bishop f6 would be normal.
Bishop f6, bishop c6, something. Yeah. And now we are in time, because with knight on f5 there was no possibility to castle, right?
Yeah,
but with knight on f3 it's more passive and.
Okay, white is still kind of X-raying the h5 pawn. Yeah, so basically, if you castle, I can take on e5 and take back on h5. So it's castle is not a big threat, but also white has to first improve the position.
But now, right now, it seems like in knight f3 variation, it looks like positional sacrifice, because you sacrifice the weak pawn, potentially weak pawn, to.
Yeah, changing the structure of the position, actually activating most of the pieces, so it can be also justified.
But knight b6 is a really important motive here.
Yeah,
and we see in dispersion like takes and knight b6. And
for instance,
then there is definitely compensation for white.
Yeah, it's funny that actually even knight on a4 is dangerous.
Yeah. Okay, then bishop e7 it's not the right move. If it allows c5.
Yes,
like objectively.
Probably, but the thing is that it's not so easy to come up with something very intelligent with black anyway here, because if she was forced to do knight d7, which seemed to me as a slow move probably.
Okay,
I don't know if
so
you-
you think here
Yeah,
is
I
the
would,
problem.
feel here is at knight d7. Maybe just yeah. Why?
Maybe now play.
Yeah, maybe she wanted to make sure there is no knight b6 jumps, but
But after
I mean,
knight
I would
b6,
feel that you need to develop quickly and then just
Mhm.
quickly run with the king. Yeah, knight b6, rook d8 maybe.
rook b8, yeah.
You know, still sometimes lately last couple of years I started working much more with young players, and realized that there are many things which players do consider automatically, but there are many things which younger players do not know yet, and so there are very basic things like developing pieces, castling, and you repeat this over and over to them, and you basically do this without thinking. And this is one of the examples when sometimes I stop myself during the game and say like, why do you consider a move like knight fd7? You're losing time. Just as simple as that. So maybe it's not the best, of course. I don't know computer, but allowing some direct place. But yeah, well,
Okay.
let's see what's gonna happen here.
And knight f5 happened in the game.
happened. Okay,
So
we are up to a very entertaining part, which could be less entertaining if you would do knight d5 in the opening. But yeah, maybe it's gonna be a tough game for Nana, of course.
Okay, so now probably we are expecting black to think a lot.
Yeah.
After this?
Yes. Okay, well, a lot. 35 minutes, and they are not past 20 moves yet. So yeah, but she will definitely take her time here, because I would with black, because there is a, if you do something wrong here, then the game can maybe as a
Okay, so now we move on to second board, and we return here after a couple of minutes to see what happened,
Okay.
right? So on the second board, we saw after long thing on a move 3, I
Yeah.
think, that Stefanova chose to play solidly. Maybe.
well, I think that
passively?
she was trying to come up with something not very forced, and to come up with something which would require.
Yeah. But when you see the clock situation, it may be
Yeah.
backfired, right?
Yeah, it may be a problem. You will need a solid position at least. So let's see if she managed
Okay.
to achieve something.
Okay, let's see. C5, Queen D3, knight E7, H3. Now Bishop E6. You cannot really exchange this bishop, right? With
I mean, not
F6
after
and
you have
D6.
done all
Yeah.
all the previous moves there.
Okay, Bishop E6, knight D5, knight G6, castling, Bishop E7, H3, castle B4.
Yeah, well, positionally risky for black, definitely. She decided to well, I mean, she's well behind in development. White really could set up her pieces very comfortably. Yeah, sometimes well, but it's obvious that black was ready to take some risks. But let's see if the position is sound for black. F5.
But now it's interesting because when you are young, you are taught that when your opponent has this double pawn,
Yeah.
you should not play move like before to allow him to
exchange it.
to exchange
Yeah,
his
but it's
double pawns.
for
But after
good value,
B4, yeah, because after
because A6 is hanging,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you come up with your rook comes to play immediately, and yeah, B4 well, theoretically is not a great idea, but
Here I
yeah,
quite like
okay.
it.
Yeah, no, B4 looks like, well, especially she played A3, so I don't really think that it was.
Also you get a square D4 for your knight, Then you can jump on f5, maybe c6. Yeah.
No, before is very good. Yeah,
Yeah.
before is definitely a good idea. Black reacted in
f5, that
F5,
seems reasonable. So you need to open position for the bishops. But after b takes c5, d takes c5, you get even worse double pawn here, because it's idle. Not sure, rook fd1, then move your queen. There is a lot of tactics threatening.
Somehow. But there's not g5. It's not really nice.
Even, like, I don't know if you want to play risky and just exchange and eliminate into endgame.
Okay,
white
but
is better, and
white is gonna
black
be
is
better.
on defending, right?
Yeah. So no, it doesn't seem that the black's opening strategy really worked well. So it seems that black is in trouble here, and
45 minutes.
Okay, still time. I would frankly, time is the smallest concern of black's at the moment.
Okay, so
also white has an edge in this game as well. So black.
Okay, on the boards,
Seeded players are in trouble.
So after great preparation, but by Victoria Radieva, we saw this typical Nimzo-Indian double pawn structure, and after knight f4, we said that bishop f. After g6, knight e3, Fox played knight e8 and playing something like knight g7 and probably f5. You don't want to play. We are preparing for G1 who wants to open the game.
F5 is probably it would be quite good for King's Indian, but there is a small problem in this position because there is no black bishop on G7. Yes.
You are opening to white square bishop.
Yeah, and two bishops. Basically.
Yeah.
Quite happy to G3.
So G3, knight H3 check, King G2, knight G7, and now white plays F4 logically. Yeah, E takes F4, G takes F4, and Queen H4.
Okay.
But there shouldn't be much more concern for white king, right? Because black at the really happen after something like Queen F3, Queen G3.
Queen G3 is exactly Queen Knight H5 maybe.
Because I really want to play Queen G3 to stabilize the position, and if I exchange Queen, I would be.
So that's why I play Knight H5, because I don't want you to play Queen G3.
Okay, Queen F3, Knight H5. Now I need to come up with something. But F4 pawn is a bit of a problem, right?
Yeah, so
no good.
White has to solve this problem somehow.
No good way to cover it. And I don't want to move my knight from E3, because then I am allowing bishop G4.
Yeah, knight D1.
Black gets the initiative, so I don't want to do that. Okay, so it's not so easy.
Yeah,
seems.
that's why she did F5 probably.
Yeah.
Directly, but
F5, completely killing the bishop.
okay,
but bishop from C1.
C8 as well.
Yeah. Now knight H5.
That becomes tricky, but maybe Queen G4, or something.
Queen G4. I need to exchange. Probably I give a check first.
Yeah, so that I can go King F3. Or maybe I'm blundering something.
You mean?
No, after Knight F4 check.
Knight F4, King F3.
I thought I could go King F3 here, but maybe you can go something tricky. Like Queen H. No?
Like Queen back and then H5?
Yeah, but
and with King on F3?
Well, okay, I'm not, it's...
I mean,
my coach used to say, it's free to sacrifice and to do stuff when it's not your game. So in analysis, I can try whatever I like. So
almost everything, yeah.
Queen E7 maybe. Yeah.
Okay. It's just,
H5 is. Yeah, well, I agree that.
by the way, she played Queen F3. basically the
Okay.
same idea.
Yeah, maybe it's safer. Yeah.
More
Sure,
logical,
it's not
it's-
necessary, of course, to go for some tricky things.
Okay, so Black was really well prepared, but
Yeah.
but now
Yeah, also time
okay,
wise.
it's normal position. Yeah.
Yeah, I like white.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. I would think that white is doing better.
It's like in long term because of black
Yeah.
dark square. Oh, sorry, white dark square bishop.
Maybe it's also a bit psychological because I was ready to write off my white squared bishop, and now at least I took the opponent's one with me.
Yeah, okay.
And black squared guy from c1 can become a very strong force after
Okay.
something happens, and I can see him on h6 or somewhere. So
Okay, so black needs to be really careful to not allow wing to this bishop in play, and
yeah,
definitely not exchanging queens.
This is exactly with
With
younger
computer.
generation. Yeah.
Yeah.
They would say, "Oh, but this is 0-0." It's like, yeah, okay, yeah. Well, good luck in the game. Yeah, well, you see the 0-0s, and of course you have no idea what you do in your next two moves, and I will make something human, and you will immediately collapse, which is mostly the case. So this is exactly the position which I would say that maybe you can hold with black with a very precise play, but I would take white here.
Okay, so let's move on. Maybe for a bit check back to the first board.
Yeah,
if
let's say
something happened there. And
No,
after
not
95,
really. No,
yeah,
she's-
16 minutes and
yes,
thinking. can
she's gonna be thinking
okay.
for a while. Yes, yeah.
Okay, so there was this bishop g5, Najdorf,
Oh yeah.
right?
Sounds
After
escalated
okay,
one.
last we saw
G4.
move g4,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Now g7 to follow up,
Yeah.
g5, rook b8, queen e1.
Queen e1.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a prophylactical move. Yeah, because
Against b4?
b4. Yes.
Yeah, sure. So
Okay.
queen b6. Again, I will
Insisting.
b4.
Yes.
And now, like b4.
Oh, this is another one. Yeah, but this
Okay.
is I'm already used to this. This is just a logical follow-up of a3 nowadays. No, but I mean generally maybe it's actually the best move to stop black from playing b4. And yeah, well.
But you need to be really careful to not overwing any tactics with knight c3. But I really like what White did in the game later
Mhm.
because it's
Okay.
quite instructional after bishop b7, h4, rook c8, and now rook h3.
Yeah.
And I remember that I saw a game Kramnik versus Gelfand, and Gelfand is big expert in this kind of Sicilian, and after rook h3 in some similar position, the game just ended basically because the rook covers everything on a third rank. There were some sacrifices for black on c3.
Yeah,
you know?
it's very important to cover your knight on c3 well.
Yeah. And yeah, now like white attacking prospects on king side.
Yeah, it's very creative approach actually. So it's I also like generally the idea of bringing the rook like this, and it's not easy for black to play this position all through. White seemingly weakened queen side where the king is, but also they are threatening maybe to play h5 g6, so black has to react somehow. It's not so
Okay.
so easy for.
So let's see, queen c7,
Okay.
and now f5. And according to computer, that's not a good move, but
It's logical.
yeah, it seems.
What happened after e5?
But
Just knight
right-
b3. Yeah.
Yeah, knight b3, okay. And I don't see a reason what this should be okay for black. And if the h6 is the move, then
No. It's
okay.
it's good.
Okay, see the reason, but
Interesting. Yeah, well, maybe there is a lack of choice for black simply.
Because you cannot play h6 with this structure on, because after h6 you
G6,
just
you resign.
always go g6 and
Yeah,
winning.
yeah,
So okay, yeah, it seems super
yeah.
super
But
counterintuitive.
maybe
for
the
black.
maybe the problem is that there is sometimes you can come up with a strong move by simply eliminating other possibilities. So just maybe this is the case because all the other moves they don't look very well or very good. So h6 looks artificial and strange, but maybe you can come up with this.
Okay, but Mamazada played the move after 32 seconds, if just 24 is correct, so she didn't really think that there is something to look
yeah,
for.
Yeah, maybe, but maybe she realized later on that there is a
It's pretty logical now by b4. After queen f2, f6,
maybe white threatens f6 already. Yeah?
so now it's g6,
Uh-huh.
a takes g6, f takes g6, and now knight f4.
This looks logical, but
But now another rook lift on third rank, rook dd3 seems to solve every possible issue on c3 or not. Because if I can, in one game, if I can play rook h3, rook d3, I
yeah, that would be very nice. But
Yeah.
well, the thing is that white simply it's it's a bit strange for this line to play very positionally with white. So you basically start with all-out attack, castle long, and then start to play positionally to try to win some white squares. So it's interesting approach because normally white, if they want to play positional approach, then they choose some different lines in bishop g5 against knight dwarf. But
it's yeah, but it's the same like when I saw Caruana's game at the Olympiad. The ones where he won with
okay.
white. He played against Neidorf, English attack, bishop e3, queen d2. But you think that you really need to attack on the king side, like attacking on queen side. But it was quite opposite. He played on the queen side also. He castled long, played king b1, and then won the game.
Well, there are some lines obviously,
Yeah.
but this here I would expect that it's not going to be the case. But yeah, well, interesting. Knight. Okay, right. Rook d3 didn't happen yet. Okay, yeah, that's
Okay. So we'll see here. It looks good for white, but things
Yeah.
are far from over.
yeah,
Here.
double-edged still. Yes.
Yeah. So maybe now we can look at board 11 at the request from chat. And that was the game with symmetrical Benoni structure. We left after bishop e2, saying that there's gonna be a long game for black and not the most pleasant. But it seems that it's maybe not the case here. 'Cause after exchanging on f3, but played knight g3.
Oh,
Yeah, quite an
wow.
imaginative wave. Because if you take on g3, queen, because bishop d4 pinning the queen and winning the game. But after simple move like rook e1, okay, then you maneuver your knight to f5.
You should just do not in time, yeah, unfortunately. So just bishop g.
New bishop in the position. Like this.
Also, there is a direct problem after bishop g5. You are forced to do f6.
Yeah.
Seems
Because you cannot move your queen like queen
Yeah,
d7,
to knight e4 or maybe take rook e1. and
bishop
then
g4, right?
Knight e4 seems to be a problem as well.
Yeah, okay. Knight e4.
Knight e4, like.
If you ever get to exchange dark square bishop on f6, then you just
it's a
win.
direct mate.
Yeah. Okay, so f6 need to be played. Rook e8, queen e8, rook e1, tempi, queen f8, bishop f4. It seems that everything went bad for black.
Well, at least you get knight to d4, but then knight e4 is gonna be an eternal
Yeah.
problem. Yeah.
Okay, she took on a4, but it's more anything. Strong. Rook d8, and after exchanging on f5, knight g3. Like maybe it would be.
In Chennai, and immediately afterwards she played Greek league.
Okay.
So there are some guys who really didn't buy. Also had the Spanish championships, so they're also
Okay.
it's like not really lacking practice at the moment. And Stavrola is also one of the players who I'm not sure she played all the games, but she did definitely play in Greek championships, which
Okay.
just ended a couple
And
of
it should we
years
see that some German players also played in national championship,
ago.
and I think French championship is playing right now. or
Yes, but
yeah.
nobody from French championships play here. So I mean,
Yeah.
from women's part, this
Okay.
I know because it just during the French.
And, right now I want to point that computers
Rook e6,
screaming rook e6, but it's not move you do in the game because you have everything under control, so you don't you don't need to play rook e6. But I want to say that if you follow Chennai Olympiad and you saw a game between Giri and Jobava, you see that star move of that game was rook e6, sacrificing in symmetrical Benoni structure, and Anish won a beautiful game. So maybe Stavrola was there. Maybe
I'm not sure
get
about
inspired,
that.
right?
Yeah, but also the thing is that the problem with rook e6 here is that you understand basically that almost any move is good here. Like
Yeah.
I would consider first. I would consider rook e6 definitely, but I would consider queen a5 for sure here.
It seems like
Queen
like
a5, queen
resigning
c7.
after-
Is just just collecting the.
just resign
whole
after
queen
every
side.
move. White.
Yeah, maybe.
But it's
whatever you do.
It
is
looks
good.
pretty, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. If you can do a move like rook e6, you
Yeah, it's
will
a
strongly
kind of
consider
position,
doing
like, I
this.
don't know, queen d5 and knight f5, and it's terrible. Okay, so we'll see if this game finish in Anish Giri's fashion.
Yes,
Yeah.
e6 looks.
But it's definitely right now it seems winning for white, and
Yeah.
she's close to her second win in the tournament. So let's back to Armenian derby. Yeah, when we we were here and was quite surprised by the time. When it was taking 49 minutes here for move h4, and she's not even that worse in a clock situation.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
interesting that h4 is quite typical, of course, here, but okay, rook d8.
Not sure.
is a suggestion. Yeah, so basically it depends. Of course, g4 is logical. I mean, g4
Okay,
is a
super
move which
logical
you
move.
would castle.
or to castle kingside and be safer than before. Or
I think that I think one of the main points is to gain f4 square for
Okay.
queen. I think this was one of important gains for white. That's why h4 was included.
bishop e7,
Okay, seems logical.
queen f4.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, queen
To
f4,
see your
knight
point.
e4. Basically, try to because knight f5 now it becomes a very good option, and knight e4 also, but knight f5 mainly.
Yeah, and after long castle, rook fc1. 6 and queen a4.
Straight for sure.
95. If I just move something, let's play h5.
Knight c5.
Same move.
no?
Nice cd5. And game over.
Maybe, yeah. Well, it looks
No,
extremely
you-
scary. Knight takes d5 and just
Knight takes d5 and
something
you cannot.
is gonna
you cannot
something
move
is
your
gonna
queen.
happen there
Yeah.
because
Because with knight on b6
also
and all
just,
the sacrifices on c6, yeah,
looks kind of
dangerous.
pretty bad. Yeah.
But bishop c5 is another move I would expect because
Ooh.
now
Yeah.
if now knight cd5 was a threat, then bishop c5
Didn't really solve it.
didn't solve it, right?
Yeah, it seems.
Maybe even make it better. Like knight c5.
Okay, maybe she relies on some queen g3 idea. So
c5. Okay, rook d5. And now
then
if I take on d5,
yes, now it's
then
queen
you-
g3.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
This is a small trick here, but I have a feeling that somehow should.
Okay, so I need to do something different. I can take on c5,
Yeah.
maybe. Okay, if I take on c5, you take on g2, and now I just intermediate
yeah.
move, yeah.
Yes.
Take on g4, and take with a knight or king, I'm not
Maybe a
sure.
king, yeah.
Okay, king, and then just move my queen, f5,
Yeah, just a pawn up.
and knight on e3 is really good.
No, so very nice for
Knight cd5,
Knight cd5 looks well. Also, it's kind of forcing bishop c5, kind of forcing white to
okay.
do that because
It doesn't look better than before, but it's also strong here.
yeah. No, the thing is that also white doesn't have a big choice here. I mean,
Mhm.
the 95 is winning. It's all right with that, but yeah, kind of bishop c5 forces white to win in a way.
Okay, 20 minutes to solve this. Yeah, it's plenty of time.
20, yeah.
Right.
Well, 20, yeah, 20 moves to make. Well, okay, still
Okay.
she will have to somehow to win the position, but it's eligible.
And we get the message from chat that Starula really played rook e6, so it's finishing. So what we call finishing game in style.
Yeah.
Rook
I
e6.
know a guy by coincidence. He also is a very famous, well, extremely strong player and a strong commentator, of course, as well. And he would definitely resign here.
Okay. And now we can move to board 14 because that was also requested in chat.
Okay. Yes.
Game between Kauzeta Ruiz and
looks flashy.
Matsushita. Okay, so we can really quickly play it from the start to see what happened here. 6 d4. Again, you're kind of Sicilian. Again with g3.
Another one, yeah. G3.
Yeah.
Okay.
d6.
Yes.
So some kind of Scheveningen.
Okay. Yeah. Bishop d7.
D7,
Black
knight d2.
tries to avoid yes.
Knight
stuff
f6. Castling b5, a3. Yeah, but we talked about move a3 in the bishop g5 Najdorf,
Yeah.
and we said it's fashion and it's good, but here
No, yeah, well, I don't like actually knight d2 already
Okay.
because yeah, well, if there is no necessity to do this move, then I'm not sure that I would like to, but
yeah, but now a3 seems like your how did you call it? Odd
Yeah,
common
well,
knowledge that a3 is not a good move in Sicily.
yeah, but you know, but here actually white doesn't have some big choice
Choice,
already.
yeah.
So okay, h3 is not what you will want from
a3,
your life.
h3,
but,
and g3,
G4.
g4.
Okay, this is but queen c7 first of
Mhm.
all, and while white actually went knight d2 without any urge to do so. So I played this setup with white with h3 g4 knight d2, but I think the usually preferable versions of that.
Okay, so knight g3, rook c8, bishop f4.
Bishop f4.
That seems
This is odd, this
okay.
is
You're threatening bishop d6, but after knight e5,
knight e5, yes.
actually seems that there is your pawn majority on queen side, but you're never gonna push that,
Yeah,
right?
that's not really
And with
happening
bishop
yet.
on g2 and
Yeah,
now
bishop f5
knight
is
on
strange, yes.
g3, white pieces looks terrible. And and black is comfortable.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to take on
Yeah.
e5 here, for sure.
Okay, so queen c1, a4, a5, and now sacrifice on h6, bishop take h6.
Yeah.
Okay, g take
Yeah,
h6.
well, it's a bit. It seems like a bit of desperation because it's obvious that the game didn't go in the right direction for white. So she decided to change. Sometimes it's a way to deal with it by changing the course of the game, by let's say changing a structure or sacrificing something. But this doesn't look to be working on the first side.
Yeah. Just,
Black should be doing. I mean, should be enough resources in knight h7.
okay, and rook e8.
I even rook e8 because there is
Yeah.
no threat there because queen g5.
But there is a lot of people with a lot of pieces for the black king, so
Yeah. No, also white is not really
No.
attacking with many guys.
yeah. I'm not threatening anything. Okay, f4, it seems like you can push your opponents, but after queen b6,
Yeah, now you have to go to h1.
okay, okay, queen
Yeah,
b6,
king h1,
king
yeah,
h1,
forced.
queen e3.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is nice. This is a nice
nice
transfer.
geometry.
Nice transfer of the queen to e3. Now it's suddenly white has to make some defensive moves.
Yeah.
So
Knight h5, threatening mate,
yeah, but
one,
then you have to change
finally.
some guys from.
okay, g takes h5, at least the open g file, but you're never gonna be in time to use it.
Oh, tricky queen g3 she played. This is nice. Again,
G3.
fe5
Again,
is bishop
you
g5.
cannot
yes,
bishop
yes.
g5,
Queen
winning
is
the queen,
straight, yeah.
right?
Yeah,
So
nice.
knight d2, queen h4,
Still the same, yeah.
rook
Now you
g1,
cannot really take.
and bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Oh.
No, I'm just
No.
looking for a moment. Somebody in chat wrote
Ah, okay.
forcing like bishop f8, but probably not be here,
Forcing.
somewhere else. I'm not sure where. But she played knight g4.
This looks quite good, yes.
Yeah, now,
no,
yeah,
okay.
okay, now is the line bishop f8. Advising.
And now it's winning for black.
Yeah, because rook g4, queen g4.
Okay, you can take on f8.
H4.
Now you have to take on f8 first.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Here. Take on f8 with king, yeah.
Takes and rook takes c2. Ah,
Yeah, game over.
This should be terrible, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And just exchange up and yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But
compensation.
it never seems that bishop h6 could be working, right? Because
No, not really.
like you need some.
Yeah, but you can. But yeah, it doesn't seem justified because basically white pieces are not very active. You have only well this also in Sicilians in this classical Cheveningen structures basically there is a huge trust. I mean, sometimes have to face much stronger challengers than bishop takes h6 here.
Okay.
So as let's say classical Karpov-Kasparov games proved that really defensive options of black are very high in that structure. So I would be really surprised that bishop h6 would be even remotely working here. So no.
There was this famous game, at least for us, when David Navarra beat Grishchuk in the Olympiad in some kind of h3 neither variation.
Very
and
similar
it
with
looks-
the h6,
Yeah, but white had pawn on f5, I guess.
and there was a direct mate
Yeah,
in a way.
yeah.
So there is a
But-
big difference.
But that was the game when
Yeah,
bishop
sure,
h6
worked.
was working. Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, it doesn't really seem. Actually, what I like about this game, it demonstrates quite nicely why it was important for black to save time for queen c7. So basically, in the whole game, in the whole opening phase, she managed not to play queen c7 at all. And so basically, then at the end or towards the end of the game, assumingly. So there was queen b6, queen e3 motive. So she saved like almost 2 tempos on this because queen c7 would be unnecessary there, and also that was the whole point of playing bishop d7 in the opening.
Okay.
So what's that's very nice to and not to lose time responses.
So quite instructive game. Bishop f8 played, so we are expecting a quick win for black.
Yeah.
And now, when we are talking about attacking in Sicilian, we need to move to the board because that was a really interesting fight I get. After knight f5, black played rook d8.
Oh, interesting. This we didn't see. At least I didn't really expect this one.
But now you just exchange on e7.
What you do here? Yeah, she set for 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Which is,
Knight e7,
okay.
king e7.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've got the positional sacrifice you wanted. Right? For one pawn, you get dark squares.
Still, I would prefer my pawn on h2.
Okay. Yeah, but that's not the question anymore.
Yeah,
But queen c1 is.
Queen c1 looks good. Yeah, queen c1 looks logical. You put
really
your
good.
queen to c3. I mean, you could go also queen d2 probably. That doesn't really change much.
Yeah, but now you.
Yeah, queen c1
Sometimes
looks,
you want to
looks
take on
logical.
c5 and yeah.
Yeah, also it's eyeing also g5 square at some point.
Multifunction move.
Yeah, you can take on e5 and queen g5 check at some point.
Okay.
Maybe even now is a threat.
Okay, let's see because.
Okay, bishop a8. Then
I
it's
played
not a
bishop
threat
a8.
anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's not a threat anymore, but.
Okay, but now I get my.
Sure, I want to do this. I just was.
But how do you solve the pin on this diagonal when I play knight b2?
I will have to go f6 anyway at some point.
Okay.
I'm ready to do this.
But another weakening, I go knight c4.
Yeah, no, I thought that I will be forced to do f6 sooner or later. So.
Okay, but now move.
Yeah,
It's hard to move.
Rook
It's
b8.
black. Rook b8, like I don't know, queen c3. Play
I
something
think
like
queen
that.
c3 anyway.
Okay,
No, I agree that knight
one
b.
pair of rooks I
Then rook
can
d1,
exchange, but after rook b8 I play rook d1, right?
Yes,
I
now
just
I'm
want.
worried, yes.
I need to preserve one pair of rooks.
I wanted to go rook b4, but then it will sacrifice something on d7. I'm afraid that like rook b4, rook takes d7.
Mm-hmm.
Queen takes e4. Well,
Chess is
like
game of the
everything,
attack,
yeah,
right?
like everything there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not very pleasant, especially in starting time trouble for black. So
Definitely more than compensation for white.
Yeah, for sure.
And Dina's playing after she didn't play 95.
Yeah.
That's the starting point.
Frankly,
And she's playing really, really well.
Yeah, finding c5 knight f5 was by my opinion much harder than going for knight d5 straight away. But yes, this is just.
But
works
she
with
seems in
mysterious-
control, and she also played knight. There's some development after f5 because white took on c5, d takes c5, and now
She played your
knight e7. Yeah,
played safe option.
but
I don't
I like I wouldn't play that in my game. Or maybe if I was playing with if I needed a draw or something, but you never play like that. Because,
No, it's a pity.
you
I
don't
mean,
need to.
unless you are not forced to.
Mhm.
I mean, really, rook d1 or c4 even looks. Okay, c4 maybe not, but not so much. But even c4 looks like a better option maybe here. Huh? I mean, unless you are not completely forced to take.
But it's quite understandable. You are safe. You think it's
Yeah, but you can do it safely. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So she came to a conclusion that knight d7 is the right
But
moment.
also when you look at I know that you said that time is not it's the last worry of black, but when you look at the time, you don't really want to exchange pieces. You need to.
True, but you know, also it's so, you know, she is a bit of underdog. Still, it's like almost 200 points of difference. some respect to a former world champion. So probably
Okay.
it could play some role in this decision.
Maybe 92. Okay, I just wanted to say that it's not so safe anymore
Like
with
rook f3
knight
is
f3
yeah.
hanging in the air, but after 92, okay, f8.
Yeah, like doing this.
Yeah,
Compared to
positionally
what
white,
she
white
had,
is
yeah.
better, right?
Yeah, but compared to what she had, I think that the game went in a slightly wrong direction for.
Has now some attacking chances on king side, yeah, with all
Yeah,
those
no, I
pieces.
think that
And now I could imagine that something like bishop takes h3 could work,
Happen, yeah,
not
so
like in the last
eventually-
game. Yeah, knight h4 and
Yeah, this is now they reached the position which black was basically aiming for a
with
whole
f5.
four with
Yeah.
with actually her third move.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay,
basically now they are playing finally some game when the chances are open and well black had to survive some unpleasant moments and okay now it's back on open fight and yeah hard to say but of course now black chances are quite good.
Okay. And there was quite development. Okay. So we saw queen f3 as the last move,
Yeah.
and then knight g5 seems like
Okay.
decisive
Computer
mistake.
claims that it's not good.
Yeah. So that's the reason why you play queen f3 because you go queen
Improve-
g4
yeah.
in
Okay, you gain the
in
tempo.
next
Yes.
move.
Yeah, I agree.
So
So
improve.
this is-
She
that's
improved your version
yeah,
of queen
didn't-
g4
didn't-
much
yeah.
more.
Didn't calculate well enough. Yeah. So queen
No, but
g4. Yeah. Yeah.
Knight
well,
g5.
knight
But
g5
as
is-
but you said you really like white. Yeah. Okay.
The potential is obvious, I think, for it's on white side. Even if black does everything well, then they will equalize. And
Because-
unfortunately for her, she didn't.
And I was saying in this position that the black needs to be like afraid of two things: exchanging queens and letting the dark square bishop in the play. And now after knight g5, queen g4, both of these things happens because after queen g4, knight g4.
I mean, the knight is in trouble. Yeah, so basically
Okay.
she loses.
You need to
Loses the
play
pawn, yeah.
f6. You pawn and also letting bishop with queens.
There's a famous you are pawn down, but you are worse.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is unfortunately this case.
Okay. Five and now
Maybe rook e1, rook e6.
K1 rook e6. Not
Became
looking
an
like
option.
Giri's rook e6, but
No,
Petrosian.
Okay, now she has to be careful not to blunder a piece. Because
Okay, rook g8.
yes.
Yeah, so
So
you play
maybe-
like king f3 or
maybe
king
bishop
f2.
Yeah, it's
Very much in
seems-
control and
yeah, it's bullish, it seems
probably
winning, yeah.
probably winning. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but she has to do something because queen f5 is not really working. It's rook f8.
Okay. Okay, and when I played rook dd3, could I continue with my rook lift?
No,
Or not?
No, because I believe that while my rooks are not connected, I'm not in time for this because I just
Okay,
I'm
let's
afraid.
show.
Yeah, I was afraid that some queen a7 at some point will appear, but I'm not sure
Okay.
if it immediately.
Okay, my
Maybe
knight is under
92,
attack, so maybe
92.
92 to cover e4, and then queen b6, queen a7.
Yeah, I'm not sure what black has to do now.
and I'm winning a6 pawn and march.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But your kings is also not
Yeah, you
great.
wouldn't need to. It's not really a good option because queen is going to appear on h5, and then it's going to be probably problematic for. Six.
On the initiative.
Yeah,
we compare it to the game that after e4, rook d3, d5. Now black's got really dangerous initiative. The bishop is ready to go on f6 and start playing on the long diagonal.
Yeah, I imagine black player she's very happy now.
Yeah.
Finally, because I think that neither players are different kind of people, and I admire the courage playing neither nowadays, especially, and I know that she's a very sharp, interesting player. So yeah, well, it's sometimes it's rewarded by scoring a very nice victory, but sometimes it's a bit of a suffering. So. This is looking
Also
like,
Sicilian.
also looking Sicilian.
Also Najdorf.
Yes.
Now the h3.
Uh-huh.
Okay, e5.
Yes.
And d2, h5. Just
Yes.
pretty much bishop g5, bishop e6. That's all theory, right?
Yeah.
You
It's
take on
a modern way
f6.
to treat this with white now.
I mean, Anand won some good game against.
Yes,
I'm not sure Nepomniachtchi or mistaken.
I think it could be against Nepomniachtchi. I know that it's quite fashionable for white to play this now because it's easy to remember. Actually, you don't really have to do anything extraordinary.
Yeah, queen d3, transferring a queen to king side this way.
Just preparing a
Looking
long castle.
pretty standard. Now, knight c6. Knight
Nice.
ec3 I really don't like because I think Anand played.
I think he castled them. If you want to
one
go
castle.
knight ec3, then why you do queen d3 first? Then.
Okay.
Yeah. So that basically doesn't make sense.
And also, you need your knight on e2 to cover d4, right? Because when black gets to this counterplay on c5, rook c8, knight d4, it's never really safe for white.
We should make something up, I guess. I have to say that white player, she was one of the most tested one in Chennai because the Austrian team had players only instead of 4 because
Okay.
I think Tiara was one of two players who had COVID during the event. So it was very unfortunate for them, of course, and I imagine it was no big fun to have it during the Olympiad, which is one of the most interesting events, and to skip several rounds because of this. But at the end of the event, they recovered and managed to play already with full strength, and she played a couple of last, I think, 2 or 3 last rounds. So hopefully she's completely alright, and we'll have a good event here.
Okay, so knight ec3 doesn't look so good, and now rook c8, long castle, and knight e4. I said, and now white. The sign that
Something went wrong.
Yeah, something went wrong.
Now g6, yeah, maybe.
G6
comes to mind
and
first.
you need to go
Bishop
queen
h6.
b1, bishop h6. What to do? You move your. You don't want to do that, right? You play knight e3. Yeah.
No, not really. But then you go just b5 and then stuff. I think.
Yeah, knight e3, b5, and computer saying that you can play f4, but
Yeah, just castle or something. Yeah, but I
it
would
doesn't
be
look ideal for white.
Yeah, something went wrong.
Yeah.
For white.
Definitely.
For sure. She didn't do.
She played queen a5.
Okay, this
Okay.
is also normal.
King b1 and f5.
Mhm.
It's quite typical, but without the development of dark square bishop.
But now it became f6 check, so
Mhm.
maybe, yeah, well, okay, f5 is.
f3
Mhm.
and also g6 now.
Okay,
Okay, you
g6
can
is
put
possible.
your king on f7. Yeah,
Anyway,
it
you're
doesn't
not
matter.
gonna castle maybe. Yeah.
But you need to
Yeah, to
play with
something
your dark square
bishop.
bishop, because on
Yeah.
f8 it's not ideal. It's
Yeah.
also neither in Mamadza game we saw that after e4, d5 and bishop f6
bishop
we said
comes
it's
to-
really dangerous for white, and now like it's delaying the development of bishop f8.
Okay, but well, also white has
Like-
problems with bishop on f1, so probably
But-
she has some time. Maybe king f7 I would consider that.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, that when I was watching yesterday round, I think Sofia Pribilova was really close to drawing
Yeah.
against my higher rated opponent,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
and
she was I think,
lost
just last move. She made
yeah,
some
yeah,
blunder,
with,
she
with
blundered
some
something,
terrible
yeah.
blunders.
It's a European Championship, so of course the games are not going to be easy, and it's good that our young players they want to play and they are really well, trying to gain some experience here. So it's very useful for them, of course, to play hard games.
Okay, so sorry,
Yes.
let's move
Yeah.
not to another game, but to another move. H4,
H4 blocking the structure.
H3, King f7, Queen e3, Rook h5.
So I'm waiting because she wants to go g6 now finally, and
Yeah.
she didn't like queen g5, I think.
Okay, but if you go g6, Queen g5, this is yeah, you need to go
Yeah,
back
but
maybe,
you know,
or
it's a move back, and I don't really want to move back, and ladies want to attack, so.
okay. But now after Rook h5,
Okay, fine.
Bishop e2 with
Now
some
maybe
f4. Yeah, but that's what I meant before. You could easily develop your bishop with d6, then again bishop rook on d2. Doing it a complicated way with rook h5 doesn't make sense.
No, the thing is, I think that queen a5 step in the wrong direction, because actually the queen on d8 was very, very good. There was it was covering actually f6 square and everything. So maybe just queen a5, maybe it looked tempting, but g6 seemed to be like a better option there.
So now after knight e2, maybe finally g6.
No, but now f4.
But now f4 opening the position.
No, but now white
towards the
solves
black
the
king.
problems. Yes, just
Yeah.
you get rid of the bishop, and then
You have nice control of d5 square. There is no knight d4 knight making counterplay on c file. So
it's changed its course completely. So it's now again now suddenly it's white after black was trying to push and actually use the knight. I mean, your black's last move is a sign of that something went wrong, because if you really have to take on e2.
here,
Knight d5.
surprisingly, knight cd5 happened in the game, and after queen d6, not even trying.
Something else. Okay.
Yeah, not
I
even
should
trying
queen
to.
d6, yeah.
Yeah, to queen g3 motives. Knight d6,
No, she
b4,
went for a nice kill. Yeah.
bishop d4, and b5, completely opening the queen side. And
Nice. And now ba6 or b6. No, ba6
Yeah,
probably.
if you take on b5, and
d4
now
is hanging.
I take on d4, and
Yeah.
white is
She
b7.
took
So
on a1. Yeah.
she took on a1, but after bc6,
It would be probably an understatement to say that now the bishop's diagonal on g2 is prolonged.
Okay.
And now white has even threats like c7 and knight b6. Mate.
Okay, so
Yes, this looks
after
like
the
a game.
opening we were worried.
Yeah, it was not clear what's going on. I think that
she got for 50 minutes and she won.
Yeah, I think that Black surprised her in a way, but that's a big strength of strong players, that you can surprise them, but actually they will adapt very quickly, and they are experienced, and they will find a good playable solution. Even maybe it shouldn't be the best one, but it's gonna be a solid one, and will maintain some edge, or at least will force the opponent to play well to stay in the game, which didn't happen yet.
Okay.
Oh, we have been here for a while, yes.
Yeah. We left here after rook d1, saying that after d3, white is really comfortable after something like b3, bishop
Yeah,
h3.
bishop h3, yes.
There is a problem with development for black, so let's see what happened. h6, d3, takes, rook takes d3, queen a5, b3, so everything is set.
Everything went
Yeah,
well.
knight f6, bishop a3, bishop f8.
Yeah, she's forced to do the same one, maybe.
Bishop b2.
Bishop b2.
Okay,
Okay,
but
so
it
maybe
seems
still
quite clever, right? Because after bishop g7, what you should do, bishop e7, you don't want to play that.
no,
because
bishop
then
g7, yeah. Bishop
You had some
g7.
issues with e5 pawn, so bishop g7, and now I just play bishop b2 free.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm not
but
sure
that-
how much
Yeah,
it
how
improves my position, but at least it's potentially attacking e5 pawn. Now rook 81, I really like. I think it's
This is
No,
very
move.
logical. But at least Black managed
now
to
I need to
castle.
do something. Like I want to improve my c3 knight, right? Because it's not doing anything. But I don't know where to put it. Because c4 is covered by the bishop, so I cannot go. Like, we have
Yeah.
b1, d2, c4.
Oh, the knight h5.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's
But after bishop a3, it. Okay,
I
I
still
lost.
like
I lost.
after bishop 8. I don't know. Would consider taking and somehow trying to attack
Okay,
e5 pawn.
Take.
I'm
I
not
take with the king.
yeah, I'm not sure completely how do I capitalize on this, but
Rook a d1 again.
yeah, but king g7. Yeah,
King
but
G7, knight
it's a
h5.
very similar. No, yeah, but I'm not sure that I really need these bishops there.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't see a clear path to
Okay.
advantage for white
So
here. Yeah, true.
if I wanted to use the bishop b2 free move, so can I attack e5 in some way to like to continue with my initiative? So I- yeah, it seems. Yeah, h5.
I think that I have like semi-tempo
Yeah.
to play this so and castle.
Okay. Okay, I've got this trick: knight e3, knight f4, queen d2. But
I would
maybe
like
it's not enough.
Check,
Yeah, maybe I have to. Yeah,
With queen c7.
queen c7 and rook is
Okay,
captured.
let's
Okay.
see what because I have some experience in the positions like this that it's seemingly you have a big advantage in the opening. You are trying to find a forced way or something, and it slowly evaporates in nothing, and then basically
Okay.
sometimes are even in trouble afterwards. So let's see how they dealt with this position.
So we really liked the position for a while.
Yeah, but
I'm
maybe
not
it's
sure how to. play
not
it.
so much. Yeah, so it's like it's a good position. It's obviously more pleasant to play for white, but maybe it's not such a big deal.
So bishop a3 back, f8, bishop d6, d3, queen b6. But now after exchange of queens,
Nothing.
it doesn't
would
look
go, huh?
bad from black, right? I just bishop
I'm
f8.
feeling I'm sensing the draw.
Okay.
I
Seven.
see repetition there.
Yeah, okay. They're repeating now.
sensing. I think that white is quite happy with overall with the result.
Okay.
It seems that she's gonna force a draw here, and
Yeah.
and even computer is not really much against. So white. So
Okay. So board 2 looking fun, allegedly. So maybe we go back.
oh, okay.
So after rook AF8, knight e4, rook d5 happened,
yeah, I saw.
and white took on a6,
Tricky stuff.
and now
Bishop
bishop
takes
h3.
Okay, now
actually
e4 is
blocking.
hanging. Yeah.
Okay. Queen c4,
Bishop e6.
bishop e6, and bishop takes c5.
Yeah, I did. Okay, queen h4.
I have to go. Queen h4,
Bishop takes f8.
bishop take f8.
Wow.
Okay, so now I'm rook down.
Yeah, but some attack
But
is
with
coming.
some
Yeah. Knight
chances.
f4 with rook
Knight
h5.
Okay, knight 4, and also targeting g2 pawn. If
Rook h5 is a threat.
yeah, but the thing is that Stefanova has only 2 minutes left on her clock,
Yeah.
and Blagojevic 25 minutes. That could be very useful in a position like that.
Sure, but the problem with these positions are that they're quite. I mean, it's gonna be some forced play now, and
Okay, so let's just look at a couple of options. If I go, let's say, I just tried.
try to mate you somehow, but was not sure how. And g3 happened, or
No.
I didn't. Okay. Okay, queen. Can I go queen h3?
Seems logical. H3. And now rook h5 threatening again.
Queen g2 is like
Queen g2 also, so I need to
major
take.
threat. Rook.
Yeah.
I thought rook g5 check. Queen g4.
Okay. One, right?
Yes, I have a perpetual if I want to now with queen h4.
Yeah. But it doesn't.
At least.
Yeah, okay.
Not sure if I want to, but what else can
It
I?
doesn't seem safe for white. Could I take with a pawn and after queen g4? Okay, I already lost my queen, so now I play knight g3, and if you take on c4, let's go.
You have rook e1 here.
But
rook
then, like
Because
rook
rook
e4
yes.
is the threat.
Yes, now.
Now I'm
yes,
winning, so.
Okay.
So
I'm
you need to take with queen on c4, probably.
But then
Then you're not
retreat
attacking
with-
my
yes.
rook, and I
No,
just
this
can
is-
go
this
back
is
to
not-
b4.
Yeah,
right?
this is not great. So
Okay,
rook
so
g5 maybe is not working.
Rook g5, I take with pawn, and it
Uh-huh.
seems.
No, but
good
bishop
for-
c4 yes.
Okay, bishop c4. And you take on
f1.
I take, then
Queen
play
g4.
something like knight
Queen
g3,
Queen
I
h5,
stabilize. But
Okay,
this should
h5
be a bit
is-
better for white, right?
Yeah, but yeah, the truth is that I did hope for more for with black somehow, and position is promising, but it's after g3.
Okay, so maybe rook h5 here, because now we are threatening
You might.
queen h2, queen h1.
Maybe now I will have to take on e6 and knight g3.
And what's that?
No, now I want to. Okay, but with rooks it maybe is more promising for black than the previous line.
If you move your rook somewhere, like h6 or
Rook, yeah, rook h4. Maybe.
okay, rook h4 and,
Rook
like,
h4 is maybe f5 can turn.
and something like bishop c5, bishop e3.
Bishop c5 I wanted to go queen h3, but then you just move the rook.
Okay, so f5 and then bishop c5. looks
Yeah, maybe
better.
it's not so easy for black to play. But this is definitely an option, and white will have to go.
But it looks scary for white to play just g3 and
true.
saying that do your stuff and
well, but maybe there is no choice anymore. I mean, I don't see if white can do anything else.
like if I'm just moving my no.
Rook h5. I think the g3 is more or less maybe
It's forced. Knight g3.
Yeah, rook h5 anyway.
Rook h5 anyway. Yeah. Black is
Okay.
okay. Now I take on e6.
Yeah, but I keep the knight. In a way, queen h5.
Queen h5, and now
I keep the knight. Knight f4.
no, it's really powerful cooperation between queen and
of course, queen and knight is scary
knight
stuff.
towards the
Especially
white
in time
king.
trouble.
Yeah, here and queen g4 threatening.
It
Yeah,
may
okay, I understand.
eventually end up in some kind of a draw after g3, queen f3, and basically gf, and some kind of perpetual. But
Okay, so basically after this quick analysis, it seems like
very basic,
black is not risking anything because she has perpetual.
My prognosis is that it's going to end up in a draw because white will have to spend 20 minutes she got left to find a safe path to a draw, and black will not have enough time to find anything else in some perpetual at some point. The truth is that Tonita, I played several games against her, and she will be definitely pushing. Even one of the games I was better, then I was worse, and then at some point I kind of not sure if I offered a draw or it was a repetition. Then she avoided repetition. Just easily, and then she blundered something, but I remember the decision which normally most of people would go for a safe draw, but she's.
And was it her who beat it? I think Topalov in Gibraltar in the first round, or was?
I'm not sure it was Topalov. No, but
maybe Wojtaszek.
She beat somebody with black.
And then she won.
Bakro, I think, once. She's extremely talented, very strong player with actually good nerves. So it's not of course it was a world champion. So and you don't have many people having the title, and winning it in knockout format is usually quite some challenge. So we'll see. I do believe that it's gonna end up in a draw.
Okay.
But maybe it was going to be white who will have to find it at the end.
Okay, so let's move on to one more game, and then we put some break. Okay, so here was our advanced French. Okay, sorry, my mistake. So here we stop at the moment after exchanging on e3, and black played ambitiously, took on b2.
This can be tricky. Rook b1, I think.
Yeah, but rook b1 wasn't played in the game. White
This
played
is-
a4. Oh, sorry, I just keep hitting the wrong button for some reason. a4, queen b3.
But rook b1 is a must thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
but now it's really difficult not to exchange queens. Like after queen c1, I've got rook c8, and after queen e1, I've got bishop e4.
Yes.
So a4, it's not
I
like.
don't like a4.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I fear the starters. I said I don't like knight e3 before knight e3 was played. I mean, the moves before were so. This is even a direct reason why not to like knight e3 at all.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's say what happened.
Okay, queen b3.
Development there.
Looks like rook fc1, bishop a3. But now knight c4, sacrificing or intentionally sacrificing a pawn back for like bishop per, and
Take it.
it's look more comfortable for black.
Okay. She didn't take it.
Yeah, she played
Interesting.
bishop c3, bishop e7, rook c4, castling. Yeah, that's the one issue with black position. Then after you castling, the white rook is really active on c5, and then you've got some a5 motives, and you've got the time to do something with your f3 now, because that's your worst piece. So you need to do maybe put it on d6, and after exchanging, you just
it
could be safe for
perfect,
white.
of course, but it's a long way to
Okay,
d6.
castling, rook c7,
Rook d8,
d8, bishop d2,
bishop g5. Yeah.
Okay.
Most likely.
and then transfer knight to d6.
Mhm.
Looks more dangerous for black. So h6, and now a5. And after b5, I play a6, and there is no way that this pawn
Yeah, it seems that
will be able to run, right?
Black didn't find the right moves, and could be more fun for black.
Yeah, this actually happens in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop. Yeah.
To come up with knight on d4.
Yeah. But actually, in the Olympiad there was a game. Sederman was with black.
Yes.
One against Stefansson. Yeah, Stefansson Sederman
Yes,
was the
yes.
game, and it looks like Stefansson might be able to save that game, but d5 was the only move.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, and it was in this kind of position because Sederman was defending his b5 pawn, and then the right way was played to d5 and knight d4, and then it was.
I saw
drawing.
one because we're preparing.
Yeah, so
against-
maybe-
yes.
Yeah, again, looks good for white. Rook a8. Now-
knight b5 happened.
Knight
and,
b5.
Computer is not really happy with
Yeah, like
that.
after rook b8.
Why? I mean, knight
Rook
c3 d4 is an idea. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
and rook b7.
Yeah, rook b7 should
Rook
be.
b7. Sure. Bishop c6. I don't want to take on b5. Bishop c6. Yeah, then you are in trouble.
The problem is that knight a7 doesn't work. You just take on d7, on b7 and rook d7.
Okay.
Maybe there was something like this she planned.
Yeah.
So.
So let's show it. Now black is winning.
Yeah. So at some short moment after knight takes b5, black could play rook b8, but she didn't.
Yeah, okay. Bishop
She has
e5.
to
Rook
play
c8.
this.
Rook c8.
Oh, maybe
Rook
you will-
b5
Yeah, but it's
and-
gonna be a draw. Yeah, she would
looks like that.
trade d5 for a6.
Because you really don't want to put
No.
the rook on d8.
Yeah, rook c6 is a move probably. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Let's
instead of
put it to
rook
a7
d8, yeah.
pawn. Yeah, right. So like king 3.
No,
we see
also
that
a7
on
is,
g8
is
is not good.
always.
Yeah,
so
so
you
rook
do-
c6 or rook c2. So be active.
Yeah.
Just look for some
I
counter
think rook
play.
c6
It
first.
should be
yeah.
comfortable draw.
Yeah. Should be,
Okay, so now it's time for another break. Unfortunately, we need to say goodbye to Grandmaster Sergei Movsesyan, who was kind to be here with us. But don't be afraid, he will be back in 6 days.
Yeah, I think 27th.
Okay, so you can look
again,
forward to his commentary, and after break we'll look what happened at the boards again.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me, and thanks for joining us at the commentary, and enjoy the rest of today's commentary with Lukáš.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Well, welcome back to the championship. For the last part, it'll be only me, but we can look back on the action on top board because that looked really good for white. But as I seen during the break, it changed quite. So let's look what happened. Because after rook b8, queen c3 and f6, all the moves that we talked about with Sergey, knight c4, and now rook b1, rook takes b1, rook b8, and as we mentioned, it's not really a good idea for white to exchange these rooks because you need some pieces to keep your initiative. And also the thing is that when you put your rook on open file, you need to do some squares there for your pieces. And when we look at the move rook c1 or even rook d1, what happened in the next move, as I see, so rook c1, rook c8, rook d1, we see that white's got this nice d6 square potentially for knight, but with black rook on b8 there is really not much to do. Of course you can go rook b4 as Sergey suggested. It needs to be is probably win like knight e5, f takes e5, and queen takes, or maybe bishop g5, and then queen takes b4, winning material and winning the game. So black plays rook c8, rook d1, rook b8 back. It's really good for white to to put his rook on d file for free basically. But now Sergey mentioned interesting thing, and it's the possibility of rook takes d7 tactics. So let's look how it works here, because after rook takes d7, black cannot take with the king really, because then white takes on e5 with the knight, and after f takes e5, bishop takes e5, and white is just crushing through, because okay, black could play rook b1 check, but after king h2, let's say, it seems that white is exchange up. But when you compare this bishop on a8 with the rest of white pieces, especially with strong bishop on e5, it looks really, really good for white, and probably even winning, because after taking on g7, there is like no play for black, and white is doing everything he wants. So rook takes d7, then also again they could, let's say, f takes e5, and now we put queen or a knight on e5, maybe queen, because it's forced move, it's attacking the rook on b8, rook b1, king h2, and now threatening queen takes c5, queen takes g7, h5 is hanging, and then we imagine knight on e5. It looks also really good for white. So rook take d7 was probably a way to go for white, and she played instead rook c1, king f7, rook d1 back, and then after rook b4, because we see the difference, rook is not on c1 anymore, so there is no queen b4. She played rook takes d7, queen takes d7, and bishop takes e5. And the idea is that black cannot comfortably take on e5, because after knight takes e5, forking the queen and winning the game. So black needs to do something about that, and quite logically black tried in the game queen d1 check, but seemingly that's not good enough, because after king h2 if you just take on e5, knight takes e5, king g8 probably, and now just taking on c5 looks really good for white, threatening queen c8 check, taking a bishop, but also queen e7, queen f7, and something like that. So white should be winning probably. So rook b1, now threatening some queen g1 check. Does it seem to me that it's only a check on g1, because after queen g1, king h3, and there is nothing else. So if I just move my bishop, probably on f4, you check on g1, h3, okay, you can take on f2, but still I've got two pieces for the rook. Should be better for white, but maybe I don't need to play bishop f4, because as just let the piece be taken on e5, so maybe something different here. I'm not sure what. Also, the important thing that they are both around a minute on the clock, so it could be like interesting to see board one in action. We could put a video from a playing hall. Let's see the tension in the game. And also white played bishop f4 as I've suggested. Computer somewhat dislikes that. Not sure why, but I think we find soon enough. Okay, maybe after queen g1, because that's the only thing that black could do. King h3, queen takes f2, and now, okay, I'm threatening rook g1, so white needs to do something about it. And if I just play something like queen f3, let's say, then after exchanging queens, this is not so dangerous for black anymore, because in the endgame my rook is active, there is play on both sides. 8-5 is not really that important, and bishop from a8 will go via c6 to b5 into the play, and then black got this passer on c5, so potentially it could be even dangerous for white. Okay, so let's see what white could have played here, because h2 it's looking really good. So instead of bishop f4, white again queen takes c5, letting the bishop on e5. No counterplay with queen f2 rook g1 as in the game, so maybe that was the way for white, but in the minutes on a clock it's not easy. Yeah, probably can't play on d1 and taking with knight on e5. Now white is covering all the important squares, put the bishop on e3, covering f2, and that looks much safer for white. And in the game what happens? Queen f3, and bishop f3. So the course of this game changing completely, and I would be afraid with white that I'm worse in this endgame. Because without queens, as I said, this bishop coming into play, rook is very active, a2 is weak, passer on c5. I think black is better here, and of course we have like 5 more moves to reach the time control, but I think that for black this could be like easy moves to make. Maybe e5, maybe g6, then bishop c6, and yeah, I think it's something on it's better. But also the play slows down a bit right now, so we can look at the other games, because the most important things before time control happened here with this rook d. There we predicted a draw, and draw happened indeed, because white found g4, g3, cool-headed move, and after queen h3, as we 5. Okay, that's not the way to draw we expected, because we talked about now white could take with a pawn, and after bishop takes c4, bishop b4, oh, but bishop e2. That's a move we missed, because we talked about bishop f1, after rook f1, queen g4, knight g3, e2, and this is 2 or either h1. So white probably needs to play f3, but after bishop takes f3, you need to sacrifice your rook on f3, and after queen takes f3, this looks much more safer for black, because if we compare with the version we had after queen takes g5, black also took 1 pawn from the board, but with pawn on f2, white king is a lot more stable than without it. So after taking on f3, black's probably got the counterplay he needed to achieve a draw. So rook e1, and now perpetual queen g4, king f2, queen f4. So both players showed a by elimination method. g3 was a reachable move, but it's not an easy move for sure. And for black to find bishop e2 and to draw that game, yeah, this was really good and really fun game. Black playing to win to most of the game, maybe at the edge of big advantage for white, maybe beyond that edge, but really great fight, and would like to see this kind of games in every round. Okay, if you got some boards that you think I should cover, then please let me know in the chat. For now, I will continue with top boards as we did before. On Rebirth 3, already what we expected, Batsiashvili Nino won her game. We left here after the mistake of playing knight g5 when white gets to exchange queens, played with dark square bishop, and also tactically winning a pawn, and the position after exchanging on f5 looks horrible for black. We argue if white could go even for rook e1, rook e6, but that's not what Batsiashvili did, because after king f7 she played bishop f4, attacking d6 pawn, rook d8, necessary move to play. King f3 is looking really easy for white because there is no counterplay for black, no b5, no pawn levers, and white just like transfer his rooks and win with either e file or g file. A6, d3, bishop g3, d8, rook e3. So I start doubling on e file, and now the penetration on e7 would be decisive. So black played rook b7 to stop rook e7. But okay, the moves like h3, there is nothing to do for black, and it's just losing. So the rest of the game was like this: bishop h4, rook dd7, finally penetrating the position, rook e8, rook bc7, rook h, and now transferring rooks via 8th rank or after knight f6. Finally rook e6, our move today, and knight g8, trapping the rook on h8, but it's not an issue for white because after f6, king f8, bishop g8, there will be a mate, couple of move or large material gains for white. So Victoria Radeva, after her really good preparation for the game, she played in a classical position in Nimzo, but Batsiashvili showed great position. Play with pair of bishop. One moment black wasn't aware of this queen g4 move, and it was over. So really nice and instructive game. Another game we followed was game between Pep and Mamadzada, and we left here saying that this is really dangerous for white after e4 and d5, because now black is threatening to play something like bishop f6, and now even two rooks on the third rank cannot stop black playing on c file, and now computer already claiming that it's winning for black. White could probably play something like knight takes a4, but from human points I think it's not the most desirable move you want to play, opening c file like that. Also now you can play like knight d4 to set up some kind of blockade on d4, but with bishop f6 it doesn't seem to be holdable in this way. So I didn't choose that, but instead of that there seems to be no way. Maybe we can try knight takes a4, b takes a4 and rook c3 as we tried earlier in this game, and we said that the exchange the queen for two rooks was like not really good for black back then, because then there was some issues with queen b6, queen a7, and probably it's still the same after knight a5, something like that. But now with e4 and d5 played, black could just comfortably after rook c3 play something like queen d6, let's say, or even queen f5, queen e5. Not sure what's better, maybe queen e5 to attacking f5 pawn, because after and bishop c8, white is in trouble with f5 just hanging like knight d4. But even here black could play short castle and bishop f6 then. Like the initiative is on black side and looks really good for him, for black. But after f6, bishop takes f6, knight takes a4, bishop takes a4, not sure 4, that's the reason. But now black can castle and couple of moves back, that would be not possible because white playing h5, h6, opening h5 to attack. But now there is no time. Like black is threatening bishop b2, discovered checks tactics, and marching with pawns d4. This position seems losing for white. Now let's not spend here much more time. After queen g3, bishop d4, bishop e2, bishop c5, c5, and d4. White, everything is covered. And rook e1, rook f5. There is not gonna be attack for white fast enough, and black is after queen a3, king d1, check on f3. Now after something like d3, winning. And after bishop g4, she even could take on g5, and there is no mate for white in this position because we just round with our king to e7. Everything is defended. But after a couple of minutes, white will realize that there is little point to continue, and black will win. So at the beginning we was worried for favorites because there was some very good preparation from the underdogs, but now in the end it seems that experience prevailed and all the favorites on top boards won, in the exception of second board. Also here white won, but that's what we already knew, and probably there is some transmission issue because we expected this would end in the draw and probably ended in the draw. Server. Very interesting was endgame between Fiona Sieber and Fatalieva Ulvia, where we said that d5 was a really good move to improve our knight from f3 to attack b5 pawn and trying to exchange some pieces to a draw. And after e takes d5, knight d4, rook ac1, we saw that there was a chance for black to play rook b8, but with so little time on clock they played bishop e5, rook c8, rook c8, rook b5, and that's where we left his position. And in this kind of position it's really important to play for initiative and to stay active. So we rook c6 or rook c2. We said that black really don't want to play rook d8 because after rook d8 white king could just come to the center, like king f1, king e2, king d3, and pawn d5 could become weak, and also the pawn on a7 is already weak. Now black needs some counterplay towards a6, but with rook on d8 and square d6 covered by the e5 pawn, it's not easy to achieve it, to attack this pawn. So rook b7 is a threat, and maybe after, I don't know, putting my king in the center and then playing something like bishop e4, then rook b7 way to. Also the bishop from f8 does not have a good square. Like a3, but it's doing nothing. g6, bishop g7 doesn't look good. Yeah, so tough position for black. On the opposite, rook c6, attacking the pawn on a6 and exchanging pawns in this way should be a draw for black. It should be holdable. Also rook c2 should be holdable, because after rook takes d5, now black rook is active, then we can play something like bishop c5, activating our bishop, then activating like most important thing in these endgames with rooks, the most important pawn on a6. But in the game, black played rook c5, and maybe solves the problem with the rook, but not with the bishop on f8, because after rook b8 there are still no squares available for this bishop. And really important question is what is this bishop ending? So maybe we could spend a little bit of time here, because after rook takes e5, bishop takes e5, we see that white structure is definitely better, because pawn on d5 is isolated. Pawn is squares, and as we know in this type of endgames, you really want to have pawns fixed on the opposite color of the bishop. So if white goes something like king f1, king e2, then we would really need to pay attention to move like bishop e3. So let's look at that. King f1, king f8, king e2, king e7, and now move like bishop e3, let's say. And another question for black: can I exchange this bishop or not? Maybe after taking on e3, king takes e3, it looks very good for white, because now the d5 pawn could be a serious mistake. And okay, I would be, maybe it's winning for white, I'm not sure. It's definitely white is pushing for a win, and even yeah, I think it's winning for white, and computer like also saying that, but only logical. So now black needs to be prepared to deal in some way with this this kind of exchange, bishop b4, bishop e3, sorry. But now he could probably play d4, and after, I don't know, bishop d2, maybe king e6 and king d5. And with king active on d5, it could be okay for black. So white cannot go like this to play bishop e3 here, but we could just play, I don't know, f4, g4, h3, king d3, and king d3. Then after bishop e3, black doesn't get d4. And I'm not sure if this end and white is pushing, definitely, thanks to these weak pawns. And so it's interesting to see that a7 pawn is weak in bishop endgame, and d5 pawn is weak in pawn endgame. So definitely interesting try to play rook takes c5, but she played rook b8, rook c2, and now the point is that after bishop b4 there will be a mate on the first rank, or back rank, so bishop e1 needs to be played, and now black solves his problem with this pin by going g5, f4, and rook c1. King f2 and f5. Oh, sorry, king g7. And then g4, and with these two strong pawns, not sure if I would like to allow that. Maybe on f4 I could take on f4. Maybe let's try that. She takes f4. No, but there is bishop e4. Sorry, my mistake. So king g7. Maybe bishop c3. Also, so it's not so easy for black. So like g5 and f4 seems to be good try for white. And I need to be really careful what I'm doing. Okay, bishop d4 after king g7. Okay, definitely good try from white. f4 seems reasonable. And after rook c1, king f2, king g7, f5, bishop c5, king e2, and bishop d4. And now we need to do something with our pawns. So e6, it's probably premature because we let the black play king f6 and take on e6. So that's not gonna work. Okay, we could play bishop g3 maybe, just to cover our pawn on e5. But then after h5, threatening h4, if I just, okay, let me show you, if I just go h3, then h4, and now if I go on a1, capturing my bishop, possibly. So that's not a way for white. The other try is rook e8, maybe. But also here I could play something like rook a1 and take on a6, or maybe rook c6, taking on a6. Yeah. So she played bishop d4, bishop g3, sorry. And after h5, rook b7. And she tried it after h4, bishop e1, bishop takes e5. She took a pawn on a7, but after rook a1, it seems that there is no way this pawn could go anywhere. And even if I tried something like, I don't know, rook a8, then black is also always in time with bishop d4 and comfortably holding this endgame. So after bishop b4, to me it's looking like a draw, probably. Even maybe black could try something here, playing rook a2, putting bishop on this diagonal, playing d4. Not sure. But this is, it seems that key moment of this game, critical moment, was this rook c5. Now white could exchange the rooks going into the endgame, which seems better for white, and I think quite good from practical point of view. But she played rook b8, and now, okay. Jolanta Zawadzka also won her game with Antova Gabriela. We left after the opening here, after black sacrificed her pawn for the initiative and for the development, and we really like that. But we were saying that we likely to put after e5, we would likely put bishop on d7, long castle, and then playing bishop c6, rook e8, just targeting e5 pawn. It seems like a reasonable composition for black, and after taking on e5, only black would be better with bishop pair. But she played g5, king c2, bishop e6, and after rook e1, long castle, bishop d2. Black is playing for like this long without targeting e5 pawn right away. If we could just take that pawn on e5, I think black should do that, but this is not terrible also, because now with the activity of light square bishop, black should never be worse. And also after knight g3, rook hf8, seems to me for black. But white move e6, and that's kind of clever, because now after exchanging bishops on c3, black doesn't have his bishop pair anymore, and now the main question in this position is if black is able to take the pawn on e6 and then probably equalize. With pair of bishops it would be even like better for black. Bishop take f3, okay. She takes f3, rook d8, rook d8, sorry. And now knight h5. And we'll see there is trouble to go for this e6 pawn, because now I can play knight to f4. That's the main idea of this move. I would really like to activate my king, but I can do that, because with my king to go on e7, that's there is always like rook d1, rook d7, and white is mating even. So rook e7, reasonable try to double on e file after rook a d1. After rook fe8, there would probably be something like knight f6, and after rook f8 I'm not gonna go back to h5, but I'm going to d5, and now it's looking really good for white. So I just activated my knight to the center from h5. That's a huge deal for white, and he should be better, because c6 it's not 6 check. Black plays f4, b4, rook f5. So with the idea to play rook e5 and finally take the pawn on e6, rook e4, rook e5, and now rook e d4, threatening mate in 1. And black needs to do something about it, and deal with that. And knight f6 or even knight g7, activating his knight. So you either move your king or play something like c6 or b6. Also c6 doesn't seem right, because rook d8, king c7, and now rook d7 or knight f6 maybe. Okay, maybe knight f6. And now after taking on e6, black king is in trouble, and white finishes the game quite nicely after knight e8, rook takes e8, and rook 1d7 mate. So not rook e8, not c6. Quite logically she tried king b8, but even king b8 doesn't work, because after rook d8 check, king a7, there is important timpi rook g8, and after rook 7 or rook 5 takes e6 as in the game, again there is a decisive activation of our knight from h5. We cannot go back to e5 because black king is still in trouble, and king b8, king a7 didn't solve that. And after rook dd8, okay, you can try b6, but after c6 it looks like game over. And maybe b5, but there is rook b8, rook b7, always. So white is winning. And that's basically what happened in the game. After rook f6, rook d8, b6. Okay, one important detail is that now even after a next b5, it's winning for white. Okay, so it looked like black has all the initiative, but after and really powerful bishop on d5 for a knight on f3. Maybe black thought that after taking pawn on e6 would be just draw, and probably would, but there was no easy way to taking the pawn on e6, and a really strong play from white side, because knight h5, really good move, and all the ideas with black king and the mage in the attack, even in the endgame with just 3 pieces. Yeah, really good play for white. Maybe we could go for a moment back on the top board, because we left it at the beginning of this endgame, before reaching the time treble or time control. Here, after bishop takes f3, and black played rook b4, taking on h5 with a check, king e7, bishop e2, bishop takes e4, bishop d6, king d7, and bishop takes e5. Rook b8 and g4. Okay, even like white improved a lot, of course, because there is no dangerous c5 passer. Instead of that, there is e6 passer, but of course white king is much closer to e file than c file. But good game, because like you are not losing this. There is no possibility to lose this position from black, and with a2 pawn I would be afraid that the rook and bishop on d5. Okay, maybe it's holdable for white, but as I said before, it's quite good for black, and black was really edge of losing immediately after the opening, and then after strong moves like c5, knight f5, black was under a lot of pressure to play ending like this. It's psychologically it's really tough for white, because she's playing for a draw in a game she could win, and we will see what happens here. Bishop f2, bishop d5, knight a5 check, and king c7. So on the top boards, still playing at the 4 board, but as nothing really changed, black is still completely winning with these pawns and weak king on c1, so there is no point following this game anymore. We were at the board 7, so let's move on to board 9, where we also, like after the opening, typical Carlsbad structure, when white was playing for typical plan f3, e4, black played a little strangely in the opening. White playing, and let's look how they continued, because after rook c1, bishop d7, white played a4. Doesn't seem quite right to me, because I really want to play on a king side or in the center. I really want to play e4, but I think I'm not ready to play e4 here yet, because there is tactics knight takes e4, my bishop on h4 is hanging, and after bishop takes e7, black could play something like knight takes c3, and then right away, but white's got a lot of preparing move at his disposal, like queen d2 is not preparing e4 because the same thing, but I could play bishop f2, back to f2 to cover d4 pawn, and after let's say e4, d takes e4, f takes e4, even cover the square e3 after something like knight g4, but also knight f4 is good move here, and I think white should be playing this slowly and preparing for e4. And it's not easiest position to play for black side, but a4, like, I don't like this move because you're moving your pawns on a side when you're not supposed to. It's right that we blocked the queen side, and now we can probably start preparing e4, but the thing is that we are not, like, the queen side is not really blocked, because black could play c5 and open up the position, and then so and after queen b6, bishop f2, there is c5. d4, knight takes d4, entering this isolated pawn structure, but here black is really comfortable because he can put pressure on e3, and that's the thing in an isolated pawn position. With pawn could be advantage, or at least even be worse, but after playing f3 there is really no play against the d5 pawn, and e3 is kind of weak, so black is maybe better here. And after bishop c5, rook e1, knight c7, knight f1, knight e6, transferring the knight in the center, knight b5, black plays interesting move, knight f4. And now the point is that, like, exchanging your dark square bishop is a terrible idea for white, but now black is taking on d3, and knight on b5 is not stable anymore. So she played bishop h4 after exchanging on d3, queen takes d3, bishop takes d5, a takes b5. Like, only black could be better. With some issues with knight on f6 because it's not stable anymore with g6 played. That's probably the reason why she played bishop e7 and now queen d4, probably saving white, because after knight with our queen e6, rook a1, and there is counterattack against a5. Bishop d8, rook e1, king g7 seems reasonable, taking on c8, and now rook d1. Yeah, queen c3 is the first move that comes to mind, but after exchanging on c3, knight d4. Same motif as we have seen today, but it was color reversed, just to play with your knight. And there is nice blockade on d5, and if we compare this knight on d5 with knight on f1, it's obvious that this is really good for black, because now knight is covering most important pawn in this position, and after exchanging on d8, white needs to do something about this knight. So she played knight g3, logically. But now with these pawns, b5 and b3, so weak, like just take them. And after knight e4, rook takes b5, knight x c3, knight x c3, rook c3. We enter this rook endgame, where there is big difference with king on g1 and h1, because here after move a4, black is like taking this pawn on b3, thanks to mate on b1, and this should be really losing for white. But why the hell? Okay, that's, I don't understand. Because now, like in the rook endgames, you want to put your rook behind the pawn, and now you can take on b3, like a takes b3, and be completely winning immediately, because white needs to play rook c1, b2, rook b1, and just like go with your king and win this endgame. It should be over. But b3, that one. So like move 39. So probably in time trouble, but even in time trouble, like you don't take with rook on b3. Okay, it's a shame for black, and the game was drawn. And now I would really like to welcome here Teresa Rochstein, one of our best players in the Czech Republic, and she would be kind enough to show us her game.
Oh, well, about 20 minutes.
Okay, that's enough for us. I just need to find the game. Yeah, here. Okay, sorry.
I definitely wouldn't recommend many people to play it the way I did.
Okay.
The opening. I just actually today I just wanted to play, and I was afraid to go into some deep theoretical lines, as they kind of end up in a draw. So I was willing to go for bet position, but normally, okay, here you can play knight c5, of course. You can play bishop e7. Just put it here.
Or d4, right?
To show that I know that I
okay,
didn't play it correctly. Here, knight b. I will now go for this ending, which is yeah, not like it's a draw. It's nothing bad for black, but it's very, very hard to play for a win.
Okay.
And I was going through some games today, and I saw in some blitz game that somebody played it against Naka and won with black.
Okay.
So I'm not against Naka. Sorry, against Gatakamsky. So I hope that I'm not mistaken. It's possible that it was in an entirely different position as well. So I decided to go for it, but unfortunately I was going through many games very quickly, I of course forgot how black should continue, and most importantly I actually was surprised going through it that white and very quickly did,
Okay.
which is 94, and now I guess 95 is absolutely not possible because there is gonna be some big problem on the file.
Yeah. Sure.
But unfortunately, after knight takes d, yeah, it's, not that much fun to play against with this knight on b3, which is quite annoying. Decided to castle. I don't know. Probably somewhere here. I don't think it's that bad, but black has to be super precise, and I may have played a few.
Like it seems you need to do
inaccurates.
some a5 or f5 or c5 even.
Well, a5
literally
a5
anything.
runs into a4,
Okay.
which I don't think it improves my position that much, but maybe it's
But
maybe I can do that, just queen d7,
okay.
and yeah.
Oh, it's not the obvious move to play a5.
I knew that the minute I can play a5, I would like to play it. I just thought here it's not possible.
Or I could play queen c2, knight c5 after a4. And that looks like suffering also.
Yes. So castle, bishop e3. I went for f6. I thought, yeah, maybe there's some options, and there were some options. I wasn't sure if I couldn't actually evaluate if the position is gonna be worse.
Okay.
So she played a5. It's like small victory that I had throughout this game. And she played queen c2 here, and now I just go bishop c8. It's still not very good, but I felt like at least there is something going on. And now after a3, yeah, here I took quite long pause. I was thinking of playing this here, bishop f5, queen e2, and here I wanted to, yeah, I was actually considering also what is this. I wasn't sure.
Okay.
And now probably, but I was pretty sure that maybe computer evaluates it as equal, but I know that in these kind of positions it can by one imprecise move very quickly move to
But also
1-0.
it's not easy to win this position for black, right?
I don't know, I couldn't evaluate this simply. I was thinking here for very long, and also another option, but this I also didn't like. I'm just going for this.
Yeah, seems like holding more than winning.
Well, at that point I was, in general I was fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to play a game. I didn't want to push it too hard. Today I was really in the mood to play some chess, because yesterday somehow it was very hard for me to get into thinking about chess, and that's how it also looked. But today I was, yeah, I didn't mind that the position isn't great. I was hoping that I can in the end hold it if things go very wrong. But yeah, here after c6 I already f4. I already don't have the option of going fe5, because he's gonna, I mean, she can always play like this, which is not what I want. And here we are starting to get relatively low on time around here. At least for me, this is like this is already very high time trouble when I have 20 minutes and 20 moves to do. It's very unpleasant for me. However, yeah, after bishop c5, I think here she should have played g4. Yeah, because here I have to, obviously I cannot play bishop e4 as there is fork on e6. If I take on c5 now, they take gf, and this is just close to losing, I thought, although
according to computer, but
no,
it looks.
I have to come back, and white holds a very nice advantage. I was hoping that maybe with some f5, the opposite bishops, as his bishop is not, her bishop wasn't the best either. But here she basically lost the advantage by not noticing and playing rook c3. And here I think after bishop c5, here I cannot go bishop e4 immediately because on queen b5 is hanging. And so I played queen d7. First I just made sure that I'm not losing anything on c6 or some rook b5s. And here I already managed to get the bishop on e4, and here I was quite happy, although I think it's
probably still draw, right?
Well, it's opposite bishops, so but it was very hard to play already. Under control, and then I got a few moves later I got scared again. Yeah, here I didn't want to get into some repetitions. I also didn't want to play f5 much, but I then realized that I can play f5 and just move the rook to the 6th rank through e line, also making sure that there isn't any e6. Basically for me the rooks on the 6th line are very useful because they're never, even if black manages to triple on the c file, I won't lose anything here, no sacrifice is possible on b5, nothing on e6. Plus I was really worried about maybe some possible e6 and then can take on c6, so I thought this was quite a good move. And here we're already both in time trouble. I think over here I can probably play b4, which I should have. And here suddenly I think it's very good for me because it's not that simple to actually cover the b2. Yeah. Also, you cannot do bishop e3, bishop c1 because on d4 is hanging. Bad mistake. I just wanted to have everything super under. I was afraid actually of letting the queen go to a6 somehow, that there are gonna be some maybe checks and on c6 can hang. So I thought it before would be a dream come true, but why did it before herself, and suddenly she manages to put here the bishop on b4. And not only is it protecting, also protecting get there, but more importantly it gets into the game and suddenly the king
easier to play with black.
No, of course
you're threatening on a3 and then h3 and just combining the threats.
Yes, I was winning, but there is queen h2, which I totally missed. But
if it's on g6 or g5.
Yeah, I decided to go. I was thinking of going g5 here, but I thought maybe it's better if the bishop is sort of out of play on b4, that it won't help the defense. But then it turned out that also my rook on a4 is after all quite vulnerable. And here we made the 40th move. So she had long thought, and often when you have such long thoughts, it doesn't end up well.
Yeah,
especially after 40th move.
I know that.
And actually here I thought, here it's actually very hard for both of us to make any moves, because the bishop doesn't have any moves, the rook has to stay on third rank, which means that this rook doesn't have any moves, and if you go from the c line, then you lose the pressure on c6. And the queen doesn't have that many moves either, because you want to keep it on the h file. And the king also, but black doesn't have that many moves either. So I wasn't actually sure what's happening. I thought king on g7 is better here, because I was really afraid. Like, my plan was h5, h4, but after queen h5 I can never lose this. I thought maybe I'm better, but who knows if there are winning chances. I wasn't sure. But yeah, I didn't want to have the king on the 8th rank so that he doesn't have promotion with check. And here I thought that I might just play h4, e7, I was afraid, and I see that the evaluation bar is jumping there. Maybe rook c6 is here.
You can just shuffle around and wait for a mistake. Comes
yes, but
right away,
you don't have that many moves to shuffle around with, because you also
let's see what white will be doing, and then
yeah, I thought now it's unclear what white can do now. That's the problem also, because if you don't want to go king f2, because then h5, e6, h4. And what was it? Like, now I'm not threatening anything, but I might threaten queen h7, and then it's a problem.
Yeah, of course.
So you don't want to go king f2, but it's very unclear what, and it's unclear also how am I gonna improve this. I was, to be honest, very happy that she's spending a lot of time here, as I could also spend some time. But I was very afraid that we're gonna both get into time trouble, and playing this on 30 seconds can actually end up either way. Luckily for me, she somehow forgot here that this opens up my sixth rank. I was also checking if this actually doesn't work, and yeah, it doesn't. Here checks, and here maybe she wanted to do this in rook f6.
Okay.
But I was thinking that even if this is the case, I can still go rook g3, rook g6, and I should be winning. But of course I have here the rook.
Okay.
So she had decided to try queen e2, and I went rook c6. I thought it's the simplest.
Yeah. Right.
No, I thought she might play actually queen b5. Probably there is rook f4 anyway made. But I thought in the worst case I have this.
Okay.
Just
completely winning, right?
yeah, no, this is hopeless. She played check here, and here I got to
Show your attacking skills, right?
Well, attacking skills, okay, but it's always nice when you get to sort of give a mate, even though she didn't let me show it. But it's always nice when there is a mate that you actually can see.
Okay, finish the game in style.
No, well, I wouldn't call it style. I was gifted the half a point today, definitely, but. To be honest, I was just actually enjoying today to play chess, even though it might have not been the best. But hopefully in the next games I'll be able to show something better.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming here and showing us your game and sharing your thoughts. And we wish you good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you. Can I see who is yet playing? Because I got...
Okay, so we check like the top games. The game on board 1 is still going. We are following it from the beginning. It was looking like White is at the start winning, and she was clearly better. And now she's defending this endgame, which I thought that is really good for Black, but Engine thinks otherwise. Thinks it's holdable. How's your view on this position?
Well, I can see the clock situation, and I think practically it's very, very hard.
Yeah, and even after the game, when it was endgame like this.
Yeah. And then there is this moment when it turns around and suddenly you should defend, and this is a very hard moment, and I think even the top players have problems just coping with that. So even though White has 2 bishops, but the knight is kind of cut off the board, and the king feels like it's gonna...
Yeah. It depends a lot on h5, h6 counterplay.
I see.
If you get that in time, maybe there are some chances, but without it, with 2 connected pawns.
Well, I do believe that Black will manage to convert due to the time trouble.
Okay.
And also she's way more, of course, experienced. So it will probably show, although, yeah, we'll see. And what else is there? Is anybody from...
So what do you want? So there is this draw and game at on board 9. It was completely drawish, but also now it should be quite safe for White. After rook d2, I play king e3, bishop f4, and even if I lose h2 pawn, it should be holdable.
Oh, the king is...
I need to solve the pin somehow.
You don't have rook d8 and bishop
rook
e6?
d8, bishop e6. Okay, Black is pushing. But White should hold. But maybe it's not that easy anymore. It looks to me that it was easier before.
Well, it's only a draw when you sign the score sheets.
Yeah. Right, okay, we were looking at some games of players from Czech Republic, but Anna Hodzka was looking that she was in trouble from the opening. We wasn't sure that she survived the king's eye attack. She survived. You see, but this endgame looks bad. Marching with my king towards the b pawn. Okay. Actually. So after tomorrow, doesn't look so good for Anna, and another Czech players. Okay,
Petra Sochrová.
yeah, Julia Movsesian won. That was probably the first game
Yeah,
ended.
I saw.
And here is some
And
technical
is
issues.
playing against.
Natalia
so-
Zhukova.
So Zhukova got a second Czech player.
Yeah, second
Yeah.
Czech player, but here the
it's
transmission is broken, so
We don't know.
we're not gonna see what happened in the game. And okay, we were looking
Mainly at the top
mainly
boards.
at top 10 boards. Okay, 10 board finishing in draw. So
Oh.
what are you thinking about this? Playing h3 and holding this endgame.
I don't remember if it was. I think I was trying to hold it once.
Okay.
I thought after very long suffering, thought, okay, finally I get into so much here the how the pawns are, and here what white can.
It also depends if you've got light square bishop or dark square bishop, right?
That's also true. No, well, the pawns, how the pawns are and how
Yeah.
you have the bishop. But I'm not. I don't know how are these. And I was actually surprised that often even the top players. Okay, I'm not talking here about the. Like, is it what is the or they know often the theoretical result, but then putting it on the board is way harder.
Yeah, but I I don't agree with the top players. Does not have problems with this kind of position, because at the Olympiad in Chennai we saw some examples of we saw what. Okay, so there is.
So you're saying that also
you
the
can lose.
top players,
Also, you
have
can lose.
problems.
I think this setup is better for white when your pawns and bishop cooperating.
Yeah,
So
so you
bishop
have
is
them
covering
on
dark
the
square. Yeah.
different squares, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So what if? Is there rook d3? Where do you go? King
e2 probably.
e2.
Okay, then let's just show a couple of moves. So rook king e2. Okay, play like this. Rook b3. So
No,
something like
yeah.
that.
And you have to go
Bishop.
bishop g7 or
Yeah,
d4. You can go, yeah, actually.
Okay, I go d4, king e4, and now bishop f6. Can I play that or not? Okay, I just tried to attack. Kind of counterplay.
King f4.
And if I manage,
I should, yeah.
yeah, and then I go somewhere with my bishop e7 or
So you should be
Okay.
able to have a check on the
my
b8 h2.
yeah. My point is that I need to check the black king after king g3.
Yes.
So play like this, and now I'm just shuffling my bishop and waiting for black to do something. King g3 and check on d6, and if you
Rook
put your
d2.
d on d2,
Rook d2 is a smart move because you're
bishop
not.
f6.
Bishop f6 you have yet, and
I'm not sure. Bishop e4, maybe. Bishop b4. Like it's not really comfortable for white. You need to set up some kind of fortress with 2 minutes on clock.
Yeah, I just noticed the time
Okay.
had better run, so I make the bus.
Okay, so thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
enjoy
for coming. And
the end of
luck.
the games,
okay,
and I'll see you.
thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Wait for 2 boards to end. On the first board, white is still defending this position, but it's a really tough task for her, and also Fiona Sieber is under some serious pressure here. White play king g3, and after rook c3 check, king g2, bishop f3, king g1, like finally moved her pawns. But it seems that computer dislikes that. Yeah, because there is bishop d5 move, and after bishop d5 we just exchange the bishop on f7, and now there is problem with the knight on b3, because probably I can go on c5 or d2, maybe on c5, and the pawn endgame is good for white, because after h5 my pawn just runs to h8, but of course like on c5 operation between these pieces, bishop f2 and especially knight on c5 is not good, and black is playing just play f4 and e3 and seems to be winning, because now the counterplay with h5 is not in time. Without the light square bishop there is always something like rook h3 and just taking the pawn. So knight c5 doesn't really work, but I think that knight d2 either, because after e4 again my next move will be f4 and winning one of the white pieces. So after bishop f4, king g1, bishop d5 is probably a winning move. To exchange for black. So big chance for Nana Zaganidze to win the game, but after king g1 she played f4, and now bishop e1. You don't have bishop d5 as earlier, and if you move your rook somewhere, let's say, I don't know, rook d3, and go in opposite direction, it won't. After king c6, bishop e8, I should go on b6 probably, because if I go on d5 then bishop f7, it's just a repetition. I cannot go on e4 because of knight c5 or bishop g6 even. So after rook c2, bishop b4 again, and now like small victory for white, because I put black king on the queen side. Okay. King b6, and now still I think it's hard for white, but at least I could play something like knight e2 now, threatening to take on f3, and starting to counterplay with h5. Now bishop g6, h5, something like that. Maybe I can finally use my king to go like f2 and e2. Yeah. If we compare it to bishop d5, no, I should be happy what she achieved. Yeah, and on board 7, yeah, white is defending like we said she should. Rook d3, king e2, king e4, bishop f6. G5 pawn, but this could be a long game, because black will definitely try for a long time. I don't know, I think that we covered most of the games, and we should probably wait for a result on the first board, see what happens, but we should not wait for result. To be even a marathon game. So other Aline Roberts, if she won her today's game, because yesterday she drew, but she was lost at some point, and today she drew again. That's a bit surprising for me, because during the Olympiad she played a gold medal at the first board, but Pia Kramling won thanks to I think more games. But Alina Roberts, she's still young, and Peter Leko praised her very much for the level of her play. And go back to board 7, because I said that there would be a long game, but it doesn't seem that anymore, because after rook d5, white played bishop e7, and that's grave mistake, because after king f4, now the important take that black is covering d6 square, and after, let's say, king f2, rook d2 check, king f1 or g1, doesn't matter. Okay, let's go on f1, and black can go king g3, and there is no check from d6. So the only thing white needs to be doing is controlling one of these diagonals to always check black king after entering g3, and that you can do from e7. So this position is now winning completely for black, and there is no hope for white. So after rook d5, you should probably go back on c3 and not to attacking g5 pawn anymore, but also black has no checks here, and after king f4, let's say, I can go king f2, and again check on go. If you move your rook, I can check you on d2 and still as we see now, black should be winning here. So let's go back to board number 1, and after bishop, knight d2, bishop d5, yeah, but now white as we saw earlier. This should be really good for black, probably winning. But after bishop e8 check, the right decision from white, king c7, bishop g6, rook c1, king f2, rook g. It looks like white is holding, because if you take on h4, then I get to play bishop d6 check, and after taking on e5, like there should be no danger for white, because one long passer wouldn't harm white. So this is obviously not what black wants. But if you just take on e4 and bishop e4, and now you take on h4, this should be easy for white. I play g6 and then bishop f8, and now my counterplay against g7 pawn is really good, and my bishop on e4 like extremely well placed, blockading both black pawns on dark squares. So black is better with two bishops against rook. I could imagine some scenarios where black needs to be careful what to play. Probably I should run with my king to king side, or just attack a pawn on g5. Yeah, probably something like g6, and now rook h8, not allowing bishop f8. This should be a draw. So let's wait for black play. Now board 7. Yeah, rook d2, king g3, and out of despair white took on g5, but now like rook d1, king e2, and probably rook d5 or rook g1, and this should be completely winning. Maybe something like this. h5, then I take on g2 and h3, and we saw a similar endgame at the Olympiad in the men's section between Pragnananda and Sindarov. If I'm not mistaken, Pragnananda comfortably win the game, so this should be easily winning for black. And she played even rook f2. Yeah. So now we are only waiting for the first board. I'm not sure what could happen here, because I cannot see a way to avoid. Maybe king d7. I can try king d7, because after bishop d6 it looks a bit shaky. But even if I take on e4, then my rook is hanging, so maybe not even this is rook, maybe, but even this should be draw, but not easy. So king d7 maybe, but also there is g7 pawn. Maybe I can try to play bishop f8 to take on g7, and again my counterplay is strong enough to secure me at least a draw. And also Nanadzak need to decide here. Yeah, so this game was probably the best one we've got today, because there was lots happening in here, so maybe I can do a little recap of this game. In the opening, Nanadzak played b5, bishop e7, and then after b4 she would be in real trouble if white just played knight d5. It would be great for white, probably winning, immediately after the opening, but she played knight a4, and with Sergei we thought that after h4, h5 and h4, that was not a great move, that white would end up in the trouble and black should be better, but then Dina Belenkaya discovered some great chances with c4 and then especially c5 and knight f5, sacrificing knight in some way like in knight d5. Very the resulting position was really great. Strong bishop on e5 and would be probably winning, but she sacrificed 2 moves later, and black's got this counterplay with queen d1 and rook b1. We thought that it could be still winning for rook b1, bishop b4. The counterplay was enough to be able to claim you can hold the game, but immediately after one came when she played queen f3, exchanging queens and entering like inferior endgame. But black also did miss her chances. After king g1 we win. After knight e4, rook a2, king f3, rook h3, king f2, rook e3. I think we are heading towards a draw in this game, because now white can just play probably knight e2 and still be threatening bishop f8 and taking on g7, and if black tries something like e4, then I don't see a way how you move your rook from e3 not to lose this pawn on e4, so probably I should start play with h5, h6, and should be enough for draw. So I think that we can stop at this point, because it looks like everything, at least the top boards, is decided. And I thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed today's games, this round, and tomorrow at the same time there will be Grandmaster Martin Petter again with you, with commentary of the third round of European Women Chess Championship. So thank you and have a good night.